where the rotation is near steam mill area. Let me look right quick and sneak a look and see if we have any kind of debris on it in the steam mill area. It looks like we do not. It looks like we had a little speck of debris still over Highway 39 and early, but let's get to that here in a second. Let's put eyes on the steam mill rotation, the one over northwestern to still on it. Looks like right over highway, or actually not over Highway 39, I'm sorry. It looks like it's over Spooner. Is that Spooner Church? No, Spooner Quarter Road. Spooner Quarter Road in southwestern Early County, heading off toward the northeast, Chris.
Yeah, so we have what is that line, that intense line of thunderstorms, the squall line that we expected, and we had mentioned the potential for embedded tornadoes within that squall line. That's what we're seeing right now. So rotations within the line, bowing segments, some winds blowing out, and then you get a rotation. They don't typically last as long as those supercells we saw, but they can pack a punch, and we kind of were focused on this one here that's moving into Early County, and then all of a sudden a new one popped up, and that could continue. Right now it seems like most of the activity will kind of happen in the central and southern half of our viewing area if this trend continues. But again, it's moving to the north and east, and we're still bringing in or advecting what we call warm, moist air, more buoyant air, more unstable air. So there's time, and as you get a little heating in the afternoon, there may be more time to destabilize the atmosphere so that these storms can continue to go north and east, because a lot of them have gone north and east and haven't progressed and haven't maintained themselves. But there might be a better possibility that that will happen as we head into the rest of the day. Here we are at 9:30. We have 2 tornado warnings, one for Early County that goes until 10. I think I said 10:30 one time. It's 10, and then the one in Miller County goes until 10:15, and that does include Colquitt Colquitt, not Colquitt County, but Colquitt, Georgia, and Miller County. So there's Miller County here. Colquitt, Georgia is included. This is kind of in the same vicinity as the one we started the morning off with, the one that came out from farther south in Panama City. So again, these little notches, you can kind of see them with the rotation possibly in each one of these. That's what we're looking at. This is the velocity. This is not the regular radar where you see the rain. You're seeing the winds within the rain, the wind speeds, and the
There is one new tornado warning for Georgia
from the radar site or towards the radar site. So sometimes when we move this map, the colors totally change, and you're like, what's going on? Am I back in the 60s? No, you're not back in. A lot of you probably didn't live the 60s. I 60s, but you get the idea. We just changed radar sites, but we're still seeing some very tight rotation here, and still some pretty good velocities, 63 miles per hour, again, in the steam mill area. So Seminole County continuing to get very, very strong storms moving into your area with very strong winds and heavy rainfall, and obviously some hail earlier. I don't think we've had much hail reports in this last round of storms, but we'll keep an eye on that. The hail reports came more, it looks like, with those supercell thunderstorms that came on. We do have a new tornado warning, Calhoun and Early County, so they have just extended the other one farther to the north and east. So now this includes northwestern Miller County, Baker County, Calhoun County, and Early County. So we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one goes until 10:15 as well. So we continue to extend that. There's the new one that's now moving into Calhoun County and just south of Blakely, Damascus, in towards Milford. So we do have the extension of that first tornado warning. And look at the all these are tornado warning polygons, and the yellow is a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So The southern part of this squall line is the very active part.
There is
And
one
if you
new
look
severe
at some of the
thunderstorm
tornado
warning for
parameters
Georgia.
that were going on yesterday, that's kind of what it showed. It showed this happening where the southern half of our viewing area would be most impacted by tornadoes. And right now we do have a number of tornado warnings, and also most of these tornadoes are not just radar indicated. A lot of these are showing up on the tornado debris signature, the correlation coefficient, which shows you that there's debris being lofted in the air and pretty much guarantees you that there was a tornado. Now we're still kind of in a rural area. There's a lot of rural farmland here, forested land. But there are communities that are going to be impacted. Mayhaw, Steam Mill, those are communities that will be impacted by severe winds. Please find your shelter right now. Get indoors. Get into that interior portion of your home, away from any walls. Put as many walls between you and the outside to stay away from that. These are locations noted now here for this latest storm. Donaldsonville 939, Iron City 942, Miller County Junior High School 951. Luckily, most schools right now have canceled schools, and everyone's home hunkering down during the storm. 956 in Bellevue, Cooktown 959, Bethany 1002, and Riverview Airport as well. New severe thunderstorm warning also just been issued for some of our northern communities, Webster County, also Schley County, and Sumter County. That goes until 10 a.m. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning in the northern flank. So, so far these storms have kind of ridden that, I would say, Highway 84 line in Alabama, but then they do sneak back up again. 84 goes south, so there is a little bit of that going on, but it's kind of stayed in the southern half of our viewing area so far. We'll watch this carefully, and there's that storm rotate. That one looks like it's rotating a lot better now.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's really caught my eye now. It looks like it's just north of the Miller County line. Looks like it's about to cross Highway 27 just north of the Miller County line here in eastern Early County into the eastern part of the county near Damascus. Damascus, you are all too familiar with tornadoes here. You've had several over the past few years. At EF2, I think, a couple of years ago that affected you, and looks like there might be one close to you right now. Let's take a look at it and zoom on in and show you where that is going in terms of forward speed, in terms of times here. Damascus, 9:48. It's 9:40 right now. You've got about 10 minutes or less. Southwest Georgia Academy around the 9:47 time frame. Crestview, 9:52. Commissary Hill, 9:54. And that's over into Baker County here. So it's going to head into Baker County in the next probably 15, 20 minutes or so, and then on over into parts of Calhoun County. So let me take that off here. Man, that looks impressive. So when you get this, let me super zoom into where this is here. And when you have that the green kind of folding into that red, if you can take me on the screen here, and I'll kind of diagram it for you here. If you got the green that's folding in the red here around Highway 279, this is Early County 279 right here. When you've got this green that kind of folds in the red like that, again, radar is back here at Fort Novacell. So if you got the radar here, you got wind going away from the radar, wind going toward the radar right here. So this is it right here. I would say we got tornado down right now. On County Road 279, about to cross over Highway 27, the 4-lane that goes from Blakely down toward Colquitt. Then it's going to come on across toward Damascus. Highway 45, Highway 200 is out here. So again, if you are in Damascus, you need to seek shelter just like that crawl says immediately. Less than 10 minutes or so is going to be on you right now. And man, Chris, this gets more impressive, I think, by the second here. Let me do some analysis on it. Look at the shear gate to gate. And again, let's take a look at this. 42 miles an hour going going away from the radar and going away from the radar about 7. So not much in the way of shear, but I think this thing could be on the ground, if not already, in a second, in an instant right here. So if you are in the eastern part of Early County, we implore you to seek shelter right now from this storm heading on off toward the east-northeast here. And let's zoom on back into where the storm is over Donaldsonville. Again, we got a tornadic circulation over the Donaldsonville area moving on off toward the east-northeast here. And let's put eyes on that and a pathcast on that as well over Donaldsonville again, moving up the 91 corridor toward Southeastern Holiness Institute. That's in Miller County, 940. I'm sorry, that's still in Seminole County near Donaldsonville. New Home Church, 947. Evergreen Church at 950. So it's right about here. Lost a little bit of the indentation right here, but it's going to move on off toward the northeast. This is Early County right here. Early County, Miller County, Seminole County, Decatur County. Decatur, I think you're going to be fine from this, but northern Seminole into the center.
safe. So where do you go? Well, you don't go grab your phone and then go outside and try to take a photo of the tornado. That's the last thing we want you to do. We want you to go to that lowest point of the building that you're in, preferably if you have a basement or a cellar. Sometimes they call them cellars, if you didn't know that. But yeah, if you have one of those, you definitely want to go ahead and go to that spot if you're currently under a tornado warning. But we're not done there. Look at what's happening as I go a bit more to the north. We've got those severe thunderstorm warnings showing up around Macon, Georgia. And so all of this will just keep making its way across the rest of the southeast. But as I keep going north, we're starting to get in on the big picture here, which is a lot of wintry weather that's showing up into the Mississippi River Valley, the Great Lakes, the Midwest. So this is going to continue to be a huge story. We get out into the plain states for places like Grand Forks, North Dakota. There's a look at quiet conditions for that particular part of the country. But Kevin, you've got more on some of those systems that are going to be moving their way across the country.
Yeah, kind of the bearer of bad news for folks in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Enjoy the quiet weather while it's here, because we're watching another system that's going to start to develop as we get into the Thursday and Friday time frame. Folks along the Gulf Coast, be prepared. We've got more severe weather, it looks like, here trying to take shape. This is what we're a little bit more concerned with, that we just haven't seen a lot of so far this year. It's this Arctic air. Again, the polar vortex has been locked up, and it's fine by us. It can stay up there as far as we're concerned, but unfortunately,
storm warnings that extend all the way up into middle Georgia right now. So that's what we're watching. This is the main action here. This is the line that we were most concerned with this morning. The timing of it, 9:44. We said 10:30 in Albany. I think it's pretty good, and it wasn't just me saying it. It was the computer models actually on the timing of the squall line. So far, so good. We did have a couple of outrunning supercell storms that kind of got us a little earlier than that, but overall the timing on this is quite good. So we've got Arlington under a tornado warning. We also have, as mentioned, Damascus under tornado warnings, and the timing of those range from 10 o'clock on that earlier one to 10:15 on the other one. So 10:15, these polygons that you see here will expire at 10:15, but they could very well be extended. They may just go ahead and continue to extend it. And you can see these little indentations here towards Damascus, and that one location showing up with the red and green touching each other. That's looks like a little bit of a possibility of at least a rotation. Again, it's not as, when we saw the rotation with those supercell storms, which if you were watching us earlier, those were little small thunderstorms. You could see that the rotation was going all around. This is all wind moving in a direction, and then there's just a little spin that we're seeing, and that's enough to produce a tornado. So that's where, and they're a little harder to track. These are a little harder to track, and they'll kind of ebb and flow with their strength. But if you're on that flow, you're getting a tornado. If you're on the ebb, you're getting 60-mile-per-hour winds. So either way, it's not a good situation. But here we go in Damascus. We are seeing some rotation and very strong gate-to-gate shear. Very well could be a weak tornado with that kind of wind speed. Still 75-mile-per-hour winds alone would do damage. We've had it here without a thunderstorm. Power is out. We've got street lights down in Albany. So these kind of winds are going to cause definite problems here. We're looking at Early County in Damascus, and those storms are coming through south and north and east at about anywhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour. So they're going to be moving in pretty fast, and that will be good because they'll be moving out pretty fast. But we still have, we're only on our western communities right now. We're just crossing Highway 27, so we still have, it's 9:45 now. We'll have until about 2:30 before this is all said and done across our area. And there's locations: Nicholsville, 9:51, Commissary Hill, 9:53, Morgan, 9:59, Bermuda, 10:02, Holt, 10:08, and Clarks Mill, 10:08 as well, and Herod at 10:11.
Yeah, we're bouncing these too. The Weather Service in Tallahassee is concerned about both of these. So let's take a look at this northern one right now that Chris just showed you. And again, we got some pretty bright colors right here, and it looks like the radar is right here, so it's wind going away, wind going towards, so you got the little spinning right here, and it is just to the northwest of Damascus, heading on off toward the northeast. So Morgan, Calhoun County is going to really bisect Calhoun County here, and then come up maybe the northwestern corner of Doherty, and then parts of Terrell County up here near the Clarks Mill area, just to the south of Sasser, if it holds together. And again, if it holds together over the next probably 45 minutes or so. Let's take a look at the southern storm down here. They're really concerned about this one as well down here in Miller County. And here it is right here, just south of Highway 27. Let me try to get a good view of that. And I believe it is the one right here. This would be where it would be, right in southern Miller County. So let's put eyes on that and put a track on that for you. And I think it's going to go maybe just to the south of Colquitt. But again, Colquitt too close to call, and you'd be in shelter right now. You're actually in the polygon. Baker Academy 1007, Hawkinstown 1008. So that's near the Newton area, getting close to there along the Highway 91 corridor. This one's really going to work up Highway 91. It's going to drive there and go there about 60, 70 miles an hour or so. So again, let's take a look at it. See if we have any debris on radar coming out of Fort Rucker, or Fort Novosel, I should say, or coming out of Tallahassee. Looks like we do. Looks like out of Tallahassee we may have a little bit of a debris signature in southwestern Miller County here, just to the north of Donaldsonville. Let me zoom in. Looks like right there in the southwestern corner of Miller County. Let me check on that, Chris, to see if that's verified. Keeps on wanting to jump on me. Let me go over here and make sure we just have Tallahassee and not Rucker. There we go. Okay. So now I can zoom in and show you. It looks like this may be a little speck of debris right about here. That would be this area right here, right in southwestern Miller County along Highway 91. And again, this is past tense. This is probably several minutes old now, moving on off toward the east, or northeast, I should say. So again, toward Colquitt, and then up toward the part of Calhoun County, and then into maybe the southern part of Terrell County, northwestern corner of Doherty County there. We'll check with Tallahassee on that and see if they agree with us, and seeing if that's a debris signature or just some other kind of artifact there on the radar. Let me zoom on back out, and we'll look at the rotation in Early County. We'll go back to the velocity product and show you that. And again, here are your warnings right now. Looks like we got rid of a couple of tornado warnings, though, in Florida, thank goodness. We still have those two in Georgia, the one for northern Seminole County, the northwestern corner of Decatur, and then most of Miller County, and the second one for right over the Damascus area, extreme southern Calhoun, and parts northwestern Baker County. Let's take that off and look at the radar right now and show you that. And again, that one in Early County is jumping off the radar.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Damascus. I'm really concerned about that one right now, Chris. So take a look at this one between Damascus and Arlington, the northern panhandle there of Early County.
Yeah, that's the one that's showing rotation, much stronger than the farther southern one. But yeah, we've got what looks like another tornado possible with a very strong rotation. The rotation is showing up on radar, tornado warning. It says radar indicated still, but what we're seeing is a much stronger signature that this is rotating, and we're getting even...
There we go, TDS on it. Confirmed tornado looks like. Yep.
So
just north of Damascus.
So that is, oh yeah, there's 120 mile an hour wind I just saw on the latest scan here. This, please, again, this is a very serious situation here. This is the extreme northern part of Early County, and now very close to Calhoun County, Arlington, Commissary Hill. This is going to this is where the debris signature very well could be on top of you right now here as we go towards Commissary Hill, Leary. Again, this is Highway 62, I think it is. That's the route you would take to Blakely from Albany. Most people go that direction. So please seek shelter immediately. We have a confirmed tornado heading into Calhoun County, Commissary Hill, Singleton Junior High School, Morgan 10 o'clock, Cordery Mill at 10:03, 10:07 Oak Hill, and 10:09 Cherry Hill. 10:09. Very well, this is not only just a tornado, this could be a powerful EF2 tornado in that vicinity with the wind showing up in the radar velocity at 120 miles per hour. So please seek shelter immediately. Very tight rotation. That was noted just south of Arlington, but the debris signature is farther, so I might just have an old scan here.
There is one new tornado warning for Georgia.
Tornado debris signature. I mean, it's plain to see here just off to the north and west of Nicholsville. So moving right towards Commissary Hill. When you just see the yellow, that means there's some debris. When you start to seeing greens or blues, that means there's something pretty big in the air. Usually, or something more dense. That's not just leaves and limbs. It could be, again, wood or something from a house. But something is getting lofted, and it is definitely a tornado. We have a new tornado warning now in Calhoun, Early, Terrell,
Doherty
County. So now this storm is continuing to move in. This is the one that is confirmed. Western Central Doherty County. Also, Randolph County, southeastern Randolph County, northwestern Baker County, Calhoun County, also Early County and southwestern Terrell County. So we're going to put the polygon up here in just a bit.
Let me go ahead and do that right now.
This will go until 10:30 in the morning. So there's the new polygon that does come right into the western half of Dougherty County, the southwestern corner.
There is one new
of
severe
Terrell County.
thunderstorm warning
So
for
this is now
Florida and
getting
Georgia.
To the heart of southwest Georgia. We're getting out of Calhoun, going into Terrell, southeastern corner of Randolph County. We're going to do it, not only we'll show you the polygon, but we will do a track on this too. Several more counties now included in the tornado warning till 10:30. There's the debris signature also showing up more brightly.
Chris, I would almost say, I don't want to say it, but I kind of want to. Tornado emergency, I would say, for Morgan County, or not for Calhoun County, I'm sorry. If you're in Morgan right now, get down and get in shelter right now. This is a strong tornado right over Commissary Hill right now.
Yep, that it just updated. The intensity has gone down a little bit, but it's still quite, I mean, this is the worst debris signature we have seen here of any of the storms. So that means, yeah, this thing is packing a punch, and it's moving north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So Morgan, 10 o'clock, please seek shelter immediately. You got 6 minutes to get into the interior portion of your home. You want to get away from the windows and doors, get as low as you can. Put something over top of you like a mattress, anything that will protect you from falling debris. Helmets, I know a lot of folks do that, bicycle helmets, motorcycle helmets, something to protect your head from falling debris, because this is an intense tornado, most likely in the range of EF2. Probably, and we can't guess until we do a survey, but this is an intense tornado. Also Singleton Junior High School, Corduroy's Mill, so those locations are noted there. We've got Corduroy Church, also Gillionville, and Cherry Hill School and Clark's Mill. Those are other areas that go from about 10:05 to 10:10. So you do have a little extra time there, but in Morgan, you do not have much more than 5 minutes, if not even that much time, because this is moving fast. The radars are updating, what, 2-3 minutes? And if it's moving 60 miles per hour, it's going to move a mile a minute. So you hear people talking a mile a minute. This is moving a mile a minute. So it's going to be on top of you right in the next few minutes. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a powerful tornado that very well could cause catastrophic damage, but also loss of life. You want to seek shelter immediately with this tornado. Tornado warning right now for the heart of Calhoun County. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation with a strong debris signature, tornado debris signature that has luckily weakened a little bit, but it's still there. And there's still stuff being lofted in the air. You don't want to be outside, obviously, and this is heading towards Calhoun County, and we do have the tornado warning continuing to progress north and east. You got more information?
Yeah, let me take a look at velocity right now and show you that. And let's take a look down at this tornado warning still for parts of Miller County. Let me take the warning off and go back to the radar. This one, yeah, I mean, it looks like there's an indentation right here south of Colquitt, but again, the main show in town, the main game in town is going to be that one over here in Morgan County, or not Morgan County, in Calhoun County, heading toward the Morgan area. And again, let's take a look at the debris signature, and there it is, and it still looks like it's just north of Highway 62 here. So Commissary Hill, just north and east of there. Let me turn that radar off. It's trying to go to. It's trying to go to the one out of Robbins Air Force Base. It's way too far away for it. And here we go. There we go. Now that way it won't change. So looks like it's going to maybe thread the chute between Morgan and Leary. So Highway 37 goes between Morgan and Leary, comes out from Clay County into Calhoun County. So if you take a look right now, the screen right now, again, it's Highway 62 right about here. All right, this is Highway 62 that comes up to Leary, right now. Again, just to the north of there, we're going to see this tornadic circulation heading off toward the northeast here. Morgan is right here, the county seat of Calhoun County. Here's Leary right here toward the east. It's going to really go on 37 between Morgan and Leary, and it could already be there. I mean, this thing is moving 70 miles an hour, so it could already be right about here. Williamsburg Road, the main road that comes out down from Morgan and goes south. Corduroy's Mill is right here, and up on the top of the screen here, this right here is Terrell County, this right here is Randolph County, this right here is Dougherty County. Get your bearing straight here. This right here is Calhoun County. Edison is right there. Morgan is right there. Highway 37 comes down toward the Leary area. So here is your tornadic debris signature. TDS means tornadoes on the ground producing damage, heading off toward the northeast here. And here's your times. Cordray Church 10:06, Gillionville 10:09. Gillionville is right there in the northwestern corner of Doherty County, not Gillionville Road. So don't panic if you're in Albany right now. If you're in Albany, you're okay from this. You're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination from severe weather, but not from this storm here. You're going to cross Williamsburg Road in the northeastern part of Calhoun County, and then come out into Terrell County here, and Highway 520 and 82 is right here. So Sasser's right about here. You got Sasser here, Dawson up here. So if it stays on the ground, it's going to be a problem for Terrell County here in the next probably 15 minutes or so. So a very quick moving storm here, moving at about 60, 70 miles an hour. And again, we have one warning. This warning right here, you can X that out. This is the old warning for this storm right here in Calhoun County. Just the south and west of Morgan, heading off toward the east-northeast here. And again, the entire area, really from the Macon area down toward Americus, under a severe thunderstorm warning. The good news, though, this line right here, if you're west of that, you're all clear. If you're in Clay County right now, you're all clear. If you're in Cuthbert, you're all clear. If you're in Georgetown, Quitman County, you're all clear. If you're in Blakely, you're all clear. So we can start giving some good news to people, but we do have some bad news and some dangerous storms here. Tornado warning goes until 10:30 for parts of Calhoun County, the southwestern or southeastern corner, I should say, of Randolph County, not for Shellman, not for Cuthbert. And again, the southwestern corner of Terrell County, not for Dawson, not for Sasser, not for Parrott either, and the northwestern corner of Doherty. And Chris, I'm not sure, are the warnings, are the sirens county-wide in Doherty? Are they
Countywide.
Okay, so if you're hearing a siren or you got an alarm going off in Doherty County and Doco, it's not for Albany proper. It's just for the northwestern corner of Doherty County here. It's not for Albany, not for Putney, not for those areas to the east here. And again, moving on toward the northeast, toward the Leary area, Clarksville, 10:22 Eastern time. And again, there's those areas of storms right there. And again, the warning goes until 10:30 for parts of those counties. Chris?
Yeah, I just did a more broad-looking track. Just looking at the radar, the velocity has diminished somewhat, so that's some good news. So we'll go to the velocity here as we zoom into this. I don't see quite the rotation on this storm any longer, so that's some good news. I'll take the polygons off. Here it's, how do you force the right radar?
Oh, cool.
You were doing it. And
yeah, I got you. Yeah, we got the one radar out of Americas, but it's kind of
too far
away.
Too
far away, kind of in the lurch right now. So we'll take that off and give you the next red radars.
Thank you, sir. First time using the radar today, so outside of the morning show. But yeah, we don't have the same rotation. Now, I could put this into the future mode. Watch this. We're going to zoom out and watch this come through where the rotation was at its most intense, was right there. See that? Right there near Damascus, maybe a little southwest of Damascus as it moved through Highway 27. And so I'll point it out for you. It's this location right here. This was, a little while ago. So that location, I'll do it with this, that's where the rotation was at 9:43, and then we put it into motion here. You can see the rotation lifts north towards Morgan. We are still seeing some rotation. It's just not quite as intense as it once was. So
there is one new special marine warning.
Debris, the debris signature seemed to have wound down too.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking at it right now from Rucker and over from Robbins, and all the radars around. Looks like it has kind of tamped down a lot.
You were taking off that one radar. Let's see if we can. There we go. All right, so here we go. Zooming out. Just not seeing the same type of intensity, but we still have a tornado warning, so we don't want to discount that. We still have it going on. The polygon has, hold on a second, the polygon has shrunk immensely here. There's some good news there. So the polygon on this storm has shrunk. We're going to do a new track on this. So the polygon has shrunk a little bit. Morgan still included. Also Acock Mill, Clark's Mill, and this goes until 10:30.
10:30, yep. It looks like right here, this might be where the circulation is right here. You see a little bit of a weaker signature inside that. It looks like a little donut hole. We call that a BWER. That's a nerd term for a bounded weak echo, which means something is pushing it up, which isn't causing the rainfall to be as heavy as what's around it. So this little S shape right here between Morgan and Lear, around 37 right now. So this probably be where the circulation would be. And if there is a tornado, and that's a big if right now, this would be where it would be. Heading to the northeast and northeastern parts of Calhoun County, and then really it's going to clip the northwestern corner of Doherty and then the southwestern corner of Terrell. I think Randolph County, Randolph, you're fine. I think it's going to be mainly a Calhoun, Terrell, maybe Doherty problem here. And again, northwestern Doherty. If I said Doherty and you're in Albany and your ears perked up, it's not for Albany yet, not for the Albany metro area. It's to the northwestern corner of Doherty County, the very rural area here, west of Pretoria, near the Gillianville area, and then Clarks Mill. And again, the part of Terrell County here is not for Sasser. Sasser's right here on 520. Dawson's right here. Parrott's right here. So really not for that 520-82 corridor yet either. It's going to be right about here. And might not extend that warning here either with the way the storm's kind of weakened here. It looks like it's gotten a lot less circulation-wise, Chris.
Yeah, and we're still watching this other tornado warning near Colquitt. They still have it up there. I don't know if that's not as intense with the rotation. Let's take the broader view here as far as I'm going to take all the watches and warnings out real quick here. Okay. Take the watches and warnings. I wanted to do a track on this entire squall line first. So you can see that's the squall line. We have been tracking that squall line out of Alabama. Initially, we had the showers and storms. We had the showers and storms this morning that outran it, and one of them did move into southwest Georgia. But there's a squall line that was as 9:34. You can see we're still tracking this tornado warning. We got 2 tornado warnings.
There is one new tornado warning for Georgia.
Weakened pretty considerably, but we still don't want to put our guard down until those storms pass by. So we are watching the storms that are moving through. We do have a confirmed tornado in Arlington observed by the Weather Service. Obviously, that we saw that live when we were on the air. But here is a new tornado warning. This new?
Yeah, it's like for Decatur. Yeah, it's like a new warning for Decatur County.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So it's like we're not done yet. I was trying to get a path on that squall line, but Max doesn't want to cooperate with me. So new warning here for Decatur County. Let's zoom on down to that real quick and show you who's in and who's out of that warning. It's for the northern half of Decatur. Looks like it includes Bainbridge. So it includes Bainbridge. Does not include Attapulgis, Amsterdam down there toward the south, toward the Florida border. Doesn't include Faceville. Doesn't include that area down there toward Woodruff Dam or toward the base of Lake Seminole. But does include really the northern part of Decatur County. Let's show the velocity product real quick and zoom into that. And again, it's one of those little notches right here. Let's take the warnings off so you can see the actual, you can see the radar, and there it is. Man, that's pretty impressive right here. And here's rotation right here going toward and away from the radar out of Tallahassee here. So there it is, just to the west of Bainbridge, moving off toward the northeast. Let me see the forward speed on this one. This is moving toward the northeast at around, sorry about that. Let me pull up my radar.
It's moving, yeah, I got it. It's moving to the north and east at 50 miles per hour.
Okay.
So not moving quite as fast as the storms earlier. At one time they were moving 70, then they were moving 60, now they're moving at 50, which is still fast. I mean, it's just not, Interstate 75 speed, but it's still a good clip moving into the Bainbridge area, as we showed you there with the West Bainbridge and West Bainbridge Middle School about 10:11, 10:12. We've got Prosperity Church around 10:21. Parker Courthouse around 10:24, 10:25 in Grant Chapel. Veda, 10:27, said it right. 10:29 Spring Hill Church. That will be in your location, so please seek shelter. This is one of these quick spin-up tornadoes. It's got a very good signature right now. May not last, which would be great, but it may last a little bit longer. So these locations, you need to seek shelter. We've already have one confirmed tornado in our area near Morgan. So far confirmed. There may be more. A number of confirmed tornadoes in Florida and Alabama already. So this has come to fruition. This is a severe weather outbreak like we expected. Hopefully these are lower end tornadoes, not EF3 tornadoes. I don't think they are, which we of course had in 2017. We had 2 EF3 tornadoes. That's as strong as any tornado has ever been in South Georgia, EF3. 165-mile-per-hour winds, and the one in Albany. And then the one in Adel was about 150. So those 2 tornadoes are the ones, in my mind, since I've been here, that have been the most destructive and the most powerful. So far, hopefully we're not dealing with that, but again, this is very close to Bainbridge. I mean, this is, it's going to be hitting parts of Bainbridge, Highway 84. This is coming right towards Bainbridge. Their rotation is showing up again. Get a little kinks on this line. The winds are blowing in, and then all of a sudden you get a little spin up. It just takes one of these to have a bad day. As I mentioned, a lot of folks say, well, nothing happened. I know a lot of people who always say, well, nothing happened. You guys overblew the thing. Well, if it doesn't happen to you, nothing happened. But if it happens to your neighbors off to the west by a couple counties, then it happened. And what we're seeing right now is a signature that is showing some rotation, although good news, it looks like it's weakening a little bit. Do we see a debris signature so far? Not seeing much, just a little bit of here towards Bainbridge. We're going farther north and west. We're pulling on to the Americas radar site right now, which is still kind of on its idea. Remember that that radar is different than the rest of the radar, so the fact that stuff disappears is because it's a shorter range radar. So it'll pick up stuff that's close to it, but farther away it won't. So there it is.
Yeah, we had a second touchdown, looks like, Chris, right east of Morgan. You see the signature kind of go away here, and then you see it become more well-defined right there, right there. So it looks like right around 37 between Morgan and Leary. Had a second touchdown here in eastern Calhoun.
Road. Yeah, Greenhouse Road is the road. It looked like we had another debris signature. So that's the latest one. That's the latest scan we have. It's still showing a little bit of debris, and that's now coming into the northwest corner of Doherty and the southern part of Terrell County.
Yep. Yeah, let's put a path cast on this just in case it cycles up again. And here we go. Yep. So the confirmed tornado right now is in the northeastern corner of Calhoun County, heading toward really the southern part of Terrell County. So it's really northeastern Calhoun. Actually, it's right near the Leary area, I believe, or near the Harrod area. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, it's near Harrod. It's right near the Harrod area right now in northeastern Calhoun County, and looks like it's going to clip maybe the northwestern corner of Doherty, far, far, far away from the city of Albany, and then moving off toward the northeast. And if it stays down, it'll be a threat for Sasser along the Highway 520 corridor there around 1020, 1021, Chris.
Yeah, and if it holds true, it'll maybe even clip the western portions of Lee County, Armina being in Lee County at 1022. Again, this is a storm that had looked like it weakened some and then has rotated back up. So please seek shelter in these locations. 1015, Houston. Now you said Houston because you're from you get the Alabama. It's Houston here. Houston Grove Church, Mount Mary Church at 1018. Chickasawhatchee around 1019, Sasser and Sasser Commercial 1021, Historic District, and then Armina 1022. If it holds together, Armina again is in Lee County. So if you ever travel out of Albany towards Sasser, Armina comes first. You won't see a sign for it, but it's there, and it does include the western portions of our Lee County and Highway 82 there, Highway 520.
May have lost it a bit here. Here it is right here, and you see it's a lot less defined than it was even a few minutes ago. So maybe some good news for Terrell and northwestern Doherty.
Yeah, that's some good news, but again, we'll need to watch it because these storms, this whole line just keeps popping. What's that in Duker there? You see that?
Yeah. Oh man, let's see if that's co-located with the circulation. And man, let me run that back a little bit. Let's run it back and see. And
if it's just
it might just be an artifact there, I think. But let's see if it's the same place as velocity. Don't think it is. Oh, that's the same radar that we're.
There is one new tornado warning for Georgia.
Get away from. Hang on. Let's go to the radar here and look at that. All right. So again, let's take a look down this Decatur County storm. That's just to the north of Bainbridge here. You see a little indentation right here. Take the watch warning map off, and it's just to the north of the Bainbridge area right now, moving off toward the east-northeast. So let's put a path on that. Moving on off toward about 60 miles an hour. So again, Veda 620 or 1026, Branchville 1034, Mizpah Primitive Baptist Church at 1034 here. So again, here's an indentation right now in the northern part of Decatur County. It's like it's cross Highway 84 and is in really the northern corner of the city of Bainbridge.
That warning has been extended now to Terrell and Lee County.
Okay.
So a new tornado warning until 11 o'clock till Terrell and Lee County. the extension of that one that we had seen the debris signature on several times now, confirmed near Harrod and Morgan. We have a new tornado warning for Lee County and Terrell County that has just popped up. Here's the latest information. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles south of Dawson. It's a radar indicated rotation, so it's not confirmed, but we've been tracking this one and we've had the debris signature pop up several times. So flying debris, please seek shelter immediately. Locations within this would be Chokey, Stocks, Forester, Palmyra, Clarks Mill, Dawson Municipal Airport, Sasser, Oliver Mill, Miami, and Chickasawhatchee. So we've mentioned some of those places already, but now we have a tornado warning. So you want to get inside the lowest level of your house, interior portion of your building, away from the windows and outside doors, and try to seek shelter immediately as this storm is now moving into Lee and Terrell County. So this storm, again, is radar indicated. So this is the lowest level threat. When you think of tornado, we got the tornado warning. We've got the tornado debris signature. We've had a couple times now. And at one point we thought we'd have a tornado emergency, but so far we haven't heard that that's the case.
Chris, you know what they're doing here, I think? Look, this warning is for pretty much all of Terrell and pretty much all of Lee. I think this is the whack-a-mole game now. These storms can produce a tornado at any point in time. So I think they've got the entirety of Lee County under tornado warning just because we might see these little spin-up tornadoes here at any point in time.
Yeah, and this is an area notorious before we had the Americas radar. This is probably the first real severe weather outbreak that we've had since we got this Americas radar. This is an area notorious for missed tornadoes because this is just in a dead zone between the sites in Fort Norvasel, which we talked about. We're talking about radar sites by the National Weather Service, the Warner Robins radar site, the Tallahassee radar site, the Moody Air Force Base radar site. It's really kind of in an area that's dead, so maybe they're trying to fill in that. I do think they have the ability to get the Americas radar, so I do believe they have that. I know we do, but they just want to fill it in. And you're right. You're dead on right, because that's a large tornado warning that doesn't really make sense in the direction it's moving either. It's moving north and east, and they have it going west to east, unless it's right turning on us, but I don't think that's the case. They're trying to just make sure that this is, since this has had a history of tornadoes, well, we got a little bit of wind in here. So these storms are starting to really move in here in Albany. It's 10:15. 10:15 in the morning. We told you 10:30. We're pretty much on track. This is going to come in right at 10:30. The modeling was really good on this squall line, which is a larger area. It's always going to be better on anything that's bigger. The supercell storms were smaller.
News,
weather,
traffic, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It is 10 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. We're going to start with the weather. Heavy rain, high winds.
News,
weather,
traffic, Cupid, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 10 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid.
There is
We're
one
going to
new
start with
severe
the weather.
thunderstorm
Heavy rain,
warning
high
for
winds
Georgia.
and flooding in the metro area this morning. A tornado warning was briefly issued for Fulton, DeKalb, and Clayton counties shortly before 8:30. The bad weather causing a ground stoppage at Hartsfield-Jackson. Travelers there could be experiencing delays and cancellations long after the weather clears in metro Atlanta.
A large storm system is moving across a big portion of the country, impacting travel at several other cities, and it's having a ripple effect here.
The commercial aviation system is an interdependent system.
Hartsfield-Jackson spokesman Andrew Gobeil tells WSB.
We remind everybody that the best traveler is the well-prepared traveler.
And that means passengers should prepare ahead of time, checking with their airlines for the status of individual flights. Matt McClure, 95.5 WSB.
Now, the weather this morning did bring down some trees and took out power for some. Georgia Power spokesman John Kraft on Atlanta's Morning News is telling us.
It's always a good reminder when people get out after the storm to watch for power lines that could be tangled in down trees.
More than 40 million people under severe threats today, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Possible tornadoes causing widespread damage in the Panama City area and Florida's Panhandle. Unlike many of his neighbors, Virgil Price decided not to evacuate his RV from a campground in Orange Beach, Alabama, just south of Mobile.
I will stay in here. My coach it weighs 67,000 pounds. It's built unbelievably well. I feel real safe in it. Yeah, I'll just take my chances this time.
Now, the same storm system is dumping heavy snow across much of the nation's midsection. Looks like the worst of the weather has moved out of our area. What is behind it? We'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast with WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards coming up in just about 2 minutes. Atlanta fire crews responded to a house fire this morning on Woodland Avenue. It may have been caused by a lightning strike. One person and a dog were inside, but both made it out safely. And as if the weather's not enough, traffic was a headache this morning. It's going to be a headache again. Vice President Kamala Harris being in Atlanta today. She is set to arrive just before noon. Air Force Two set to land at Hartsfield-Jackson about 11:50 this morning. Then the Vice President will head to the gathering spot at co-working space south of Georgia Tech campus. The White House says she will lead a roundtable discussion on voting rights there. Then she's going to head back to Hartsfield-Jackson to head back to D.C. That's going to be a little before 4 o'clock this afternoon. So traffic is going to be an issue. So you will want to keep it here with us or check back often for traffic updates this afternoon. It could be a headache of a drive, much like this morning. COVID cases are up in our state. Georgia reporting a 73% increase in new COVID hospitalizations for the week ending December 30th. More than half of those hospitalized were 60 years old or older. Flu also widespread here in Georgia right now. A federal appeals court is considering whether former President Donald Trump is immune from criminal prosecution for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Scott McFarlane is reporting from Washington.
Whoever loses is going to appeal this likely to the U.S. Supreme Court, and that could endanger Trump's March 4th trial date. Trump doesn't have to be here. He's appearing voluntarily, although he's posted on social media he's being forced off the campaign trail.
The Supreme Court recently denied a request to weigh in on the case. The National Transportation Safety Board is looking into how the door of an Alaska Airlines plane flew mid-flight and is working with Boeing to figure out if any other planes in the 737 MAX fleet could have that same problem. For now, the planes have been grounded for Alaska.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Widespread heavy rain and a few thunderstorms through the morning hours, tapering off this afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s, low 60s. Wind gusts will still be elevated as high as 35 miles per hour throughout the day. Tapering off for tonight, lows in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, high 46. Thursday, mostly sunny, high 57.
It is 47 degrees in Canton, 44 in Dunwoody. Ackworth has 46 degrees right now. We'll have more news at 10:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB. Center. The drive-in this morning was no fun at all. What are we looking like now?
It sure was not a fun morning, and that pattern continues, Sabrina. New travel advisory on the wet pavement, spin-out crash in the center lanes and right lane. 85 southbound below Highway 317, exit 111, use Satellite Boulevard. Still got the travel advisory up in Dorville. Crash, 2 left lanes, 285 eastbound, the inner loop at I-85. You're slowed from Peachtree Boulevard. Take 400 south, 85 north as an alternate. And still working this crash in Alpharetta. It had been in a right lane, 400 southbound before Windward Parkway, slowing you from McFarland Parkway. Traffic brought to you by a mayor's.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
kind of coinciding with a little bit of a change in wind, but it's kind of, again, spotty. We're fighting the 2 radar sites, but you can see overall we are having very strong winds and heavy rainfall as well. So meteorologist Tommy Owens has also joined us. It's a big party here. It's starting over on radar as well. We really thank Dana for coming in and helping us as well. He's been working with us now for a little while, and we thank him. And he's going to probably hunker down for a little bit longer too. What's going on over there with the radar? You see anything that catches your eye, Tommy?
So let's move down further and see if we can get into Decatur County real quick. We still have those areas of rotation that we're still watching currently at this time. Currently no warning that I have seen being put out just yet, but we'll take a closer look at that watches and warnings map one more time to kind of give a better idea of what warnings that we have right now. And so we still have that one currently in Decatur County right over the city of Bainbridge. So definitely in the city of Bainbridge, this is not the time to try to venture outside. It is now the time to be in that safe spot. Do not move. This is when you want to be making all those action plans that we told you about over the last several days. This is when they come into play. You want to start using them now, and you do not want to try to be running to your safe spot at this time. So please be there already. We still have that warning still across Terrell and Lee County at this time. Overall, you can see the squall line continuing to push through the area. We can hear the heavy rain and the wind coming down here at the station. This is a very powerful system, and we've been talking about these number of tornado warnings over the last few hours that have popped up over a number of counties. One thing I would like to say is that not only if you're in a tornado warning, but if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, it can lead to just as much damage as that tornado warning, especially with these straight line winds that are starting to come out across a number of different counties, stretching all the way from Sumter County going all the way down into Decatur County at this time. This line is going to continue progressing further eastward here over the next few hours. And so let's go ahead and take a look at that system in Decatur County. If you're living in Decatur County, right in the city of Bainbridge, Climax, you're not quite in this, but you still want to be taking those safety precautions at this time. That is one of the most important things that you can be doing right now in this region. And so here's a closer look at what we're dealing with here. Where is this going to be headed? Where is it going to be going? You can still see a little bit of that rotation popping up on this map even as we currently speak. And so I'm going to put a track on this and continue showing exactly where this will be going. Here's a number of names that you want to be aware of, especially if you live in these areas. At 1027, we have Falston. That Fowlstown, that's going to be around 10:27 p.m. when this gets a little bit closer to you if this starts entering into portions of Grady County. Climax, you're going to be next in line, especially with the way the system is moving. We're also going to be seeing areas like Wingham. And if you're not going to be included in this tornado warning, if it extends a little bit further eastward there, you still need to be on the watch out for those straight line winds that can be just as powerful. Now, moving a little bit further toward the north there, this is where we're still watching, like areas like Newton. We can hear it in Albany right now, the strong winds and the heavy rainfall. This tornado warning, haven't seen anything just yet based on what I'm seeing when it comes to actual confirmed tornado damage, but overall, we're still keeping an eye out for any tornadoes that could be popping up in this system. And this is something you want to be aware of. If you're in Lee County, if you're in Terrell County, now this system has now started to move a little bit out of Terrell County at this time. And so if you're still in Dawson, if you're in any of those areas like Sasser, you want to make sure that you're still in your
There
safe
is one
spot.
new
You
special
have not
marine
gotten the all
warning.
clear just yet. We are still under that severe thunderstorm warning, even if you're not under that tornado warning at this time, or if this system has progressed a little bit further toward the east. Here's a look closer toward Leesburg. If you are in the city of Leesburg, if you are in Century, if you're in Smithville, all these areas, do not leave your safe spot. That includes streets like Pinewood. You can see James Pond Road. We can see Palmyra Road right there. And we can also see areas like Forster Parkway. That's where you want to make sure you're staying in your safe spot and you're not trying to venture outside at this time. Beloit, Philema, you name it, these areas do not need to move out of their safe spot. You can just hear, I think you can kind of hear it in the background of this microphone, just how powerful these winds are. And just
we just have, I believe we have a reporter or a live shot outside, is that correct? I just went outside. It's really starting to come down here in Albany.
Yes.
Very heavy rainfall, very strong winds, lots of dangerous lightning. Okay, so All right, we're going to do a live shot here in about 3 minutes, but here's the latest information coming out of southern Lee County. Here we are in Albany. We're just north and west of the sign where it says Albany at Stewart Avenue, and it's really starting to come down. But the eastern half of Lee County, you're about to get it. It's coming right across Highway 19 as we speak.
Yes, and so like in this area, if you can hear it through the microphones, like it is coming down, and even this area is not in that tornado warning right now. This area is currently under just a severe thunderstorm warning, indicating the chance for these high winds that can reach all the way up to 75 miles per hour or more. That could lead to some damage. That's near hurricane force winds right there. That's how powerful these winds can be from this system. You can also indicate that heavy rainfall that could lead to any potential for flooding at any moment. This is not the time to be venturing outside to travel. You want to stay in that safe spot as long as you possibly can, because you never know when a tree limb could be snapped. You never know when some debris is going to be lifted up and come right at you, or maybe even damage anything. So you want to be in that safe spot. The most interior portion of a home, away from windows and doors, especially in a situation like this.
Yeah, my understanding is we do have the live shot coming in now, so we do have the live right outside of WALB. We're looking right.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Right at this. This is undercover right here. We do have the very strong wind. This is live, so this is not video. I was out there just a few minutes ago. I was not outside. I just cracked the door open, and it almost pulled the door out of my hands with the intensity of the wind. But what we're seeing here is probably 40, 50 mile per hour winds, wind-driven rain, torrential downpours, and it looks like, just looking on radar right now, there's a huge, very heavy batch of rain coming into the southwest portions of Albany as we speak. Look at that. That looks like a hurricane. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is intense. That is by far the worst weather we had right here at 10:31. That wind gust, and the cameraman can barely hold it up. Now, he's undercover now,
yes,
so he's not right outside in the elements, but a squall line is moving through Albany, and Tommy does have a look at the radar, which is looking for at least the southwest corner of Albany a little bit more intense for sure.
Yes, this area that you're currently seeing, we're on Stewart Avenue at this time. Just not even the worst of it based on what we're seeing on radar right there. That's still a little bit further to our south, and you can see this same line of showers and storms coming through portions of Lee County. That camera is shaking. Like, I would advise you to let us be the reporter. Let us show you what's going on outside. I don't think you want to try to go outside in this. This could be a fairly bad situation. You want to make sure you're staying in your safe spot as long as you possibly can, and don't move. You do not want to be driving in this. I see one brave soul out there right now trying to make their way along Stewart Avenue there. This is just very, very dangerous situation at this time, and I know we're still keeping an eye on that tornado warning. This tornado warning still encompassing a majority of Lee County all the way until 11 a.m. this morning. Still haven't seen any updates. Now, I don't know if you have the National Weather Service pulled up.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
have the latest information. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crisp and Sumter County. That goes until 11:15. That tornado warning that you see there, that goes until 11 o'clock, I believe. We kind of venture that this tornado warning may have just been an area that didn't show a lot of rotation, but because of the history of it, it likely could rotate, and that goes until 11 a.m. And we still have a tornado warning here in through, looks like Miller County too, as well, and then down towards Decatur County and Grady County. Looks like, is that Grady County as we go farther south?
Mainly just in Decatur County right now.
Okay.
They're still under that severe thunderstorm warning though, so like still opportunity for some kind of damage to move through portions of Grady and even Miller County. I think that's just the watch that we're seeing kind of coded in that red under there. But overall, those the two ones that we currently just have based on what I'm seeing here on our satellite radar imagery with the watches and warnings. It's mainly going to be there in Decatur County, and currently they trimmed back that one in Terrell and Lee County. It's mainly just the eastern portions of Lee County right now. That doesn't mean, you want to just go ahead and start going outside, but at least it has been trimmed back just a little bit, kind of giving us an update. It doesn't look like they're going to extend it just yet into Worth County at this time.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is really the end of the very heavy precipitation here, now starting to move out of Terrell County and into Lee County. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. What we're experiencing right now in Albany and Leesburg up through Americus is the worst of the weather. It will improve after this. It will still be windy. We'll see maybe some rain linger for the next couple of hours, and then we'll see some clearing. So it's a very fast-moving squall line. As anticipated, this moved in right across the Flint River, Highway 19, right at 10:30, as forecasted. There were a couple outrunning storms that came in a little early for our southwestern communities, but overall, this has really shown itself as expected. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes so far. It was the same thunderstorm cell that produced them. One was near, let's see here, one was near Morgan, north and east of Morgan, and then
there are 2 new warnings affecting Florida and Georgia.
Near Arlington, south of Arlington. So those were the 2. That was the same thunderstorm cell, same tornadic wasn't supercell, but same tornadic cell within the line of storms. And that's kind of what's venturing through Lee County that you're seeing right now. Some lightning, some gusty winds, Leesburg over towards Philema. This is where some of the worst weather is now moving into your areas, so you can see that here. New tornado warning.
They just put a new tornado warning.
And this does include Albany now. So this is the brand new tornado warning. Includes Albany proper till 11 a.m. So you need to please seek shelter. We do have a tornado warning now for Albany, for downtown, all the way east towards East Doherty and into Worth County, just north of Sylvester. Here it is, the latest. Our graphics are outrunning the official Weather Service, so that's always good when the graphics are leading the way. This goes until 11 a.m. At 10:35, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located just over East Albany or over Albany, so it's kind of a generality. We were noting, remember I just said how intense the storms looked to the southwest of Albany, so that's probably it. And it is possible producing a tornado over East Albany or over Albany. Again, that's kind of a generality, but we do believe it's on the eastern part of the county right now. It continues to move in the general vicinity of Red Rock, Acre, Radium Springs, Sylvester Airport, South Albany, Williamsburg, Isabella, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport, and Pecan City. So there's a track for you and some locations mentioned on the timing on the track.
Some of those very, like that notable locations based on this map, we can see Pecan City around 10:36, and then East Doherty around 10:45. We can see Red Rock around 10:48, and then Gamage around 10:56 a.m. So getting closer to that 11 o'clock hour. And so this does go all the way until 11 o'clock. It looks like that they just trim it back out of downtown Albany and mainly, no, okay. I'm just seeing the colors mixing in with the deeper reds. It's getting a little very, very, colorful on this map out there. But overall, we're still seeing this warning across a majority of the city of Albany. You can see just how powerful this system is at this time, and just we saw it based on that live feed earlier, just how much heavy rainfall was coming down here across the area, the sheer wind speeds, the wind gusts, the powerfulness of this system. This is going to continue moving further toward the east. And so if you're any of those areas, we were already mentioning that severe thunderstorm warning that covered portions of Worth County. You still want to remain in your safe spot if you're there, but especially if you're along, I believe that's Highway 313 right there, if I'm correct. That's around that highway territory. It's literally right above, right next to 33, so State Route 33 there. So if you're kind of in between those areas, getting into portions of Worth County, right north of Sylvester, you want to make sure that you're just getting to that safe spot immediately at this time. Now, I want to go ahead and try to see if I could turn on velocity imagery to kind of see what we're seeing on that. But let's see. I'm going to pull a little bit closer toward this area, and
I'm looking at it. It's just the entire batch. There is a little rotation there on the east side, northeast of Albany, on our radar that you can see that. Pretty good there. It's broad, though. It's very broad compared to some of what we've been seeing earlier.
No tightening just yet, but still, at any moment, we've seen opportunity for some of those tornadoes to appear on the map. I know I was looking earlier today, and I saw that one that we saw back in Florida. That was a very powerful one. It doesn't look like that one, but it is still some kind of broad rotation that is still popping up here in Dougherty County that's going to continue heading eastward. So this is why they put out that warning, just in case this does get its act together and try to produce something out here in this area. But even then, we're still dealing with the high winds. We're still dealing with the heavy rainfall. So still very powerful stuff that can still lead to some kind of damage. I know even areas that weren't tornado warned, I saw some reports of trees being blown down across roads and people not being able to get where they need to be. And so we're still going to deal with some kind of damage throughout today, and I know we've already even picked up some out here across the South Georgia region. So definitely want to stay alert, stay aware, and make sure you're in your safe spot, especially in these tornado warned areas. And again, we still have that tornado warning that's popping up in Decatur County at this time, still covering the city of Bainbridge. They're starting to trim that severe thunderstorm warning back, I believe, but this is a better idea of what we're dealing with overall. Let me go ahead and just kind of give you an idea of this as a whole. So you see these severe thunderstorm warnings stretching across the middle of the map as that line of showers and storms continues to push further eastward. That squall line is going to continue moving a little bit closer toward our central counties here over the next hour or so. You can also see there we still have that tornado warning popping up into portions of Lee County at this time, and now we saw this new one that is still going all the way for the next 20 minutes until 11 a.m. there in Dougherty County, and also that one in Lee County. And then we still see the one that we get into portions of Decatur County. That one is still ongoing until around 11 o'clock as well. And so these are like 10:45, so another 4 minutes with that one. They're probably going to let that one expire here in the next couple of minutes. But the overall big picture shows that we're dealing with wind, we're dealing with rain, we're dealing with heavy rainfall here across the area. Here's a look at which way this squall line is traveling. Continue to travel toward the east. If you're living in any of these middle counties like Worth County, getting into Colquitt County, you see this now moving into portions of Mitchell County at this time. Grady County, you're starting to get in on some of these showers and storms. This line is strong. This line is powerful. You want to make sure that you are staying very attentive throughout this time. Make sure you are watching us in your safe spot on your phone. Have that TV cranked up if you need to. These are the important things that you want to be doing at this time. But let's go ahead and take a closer look at the overall. Let's see if there's any debris that's being lofted in the air.
Just an update from the Weather Service. Someone did report a 92-mile-per-hour wind north of Leesburg in Lee County. So that was a tornado-warned storm, but 92-mile-per-hour wind. Mesonet report of a wind gust north of Leesburg. So again, that was a tornado warned storm. Whether it was a tornado, we don't know, but it was definitely, there we go. We got the reports. Let's see if it shows up just as wind damage. There's a report of the wind, that one right there. It'll show up, it'll pick in there.
Yeah, there it is.
93 miles per hour. Personal weather station measured. So that was someone's anemometer, most likely, that picked that up. 93-mile-per-hour wind gusts north of Leesburg, Starksville area. That's again stronger than that's hurricane force winds.
Yes, that is very powerful. Lead to. You can already see the wind, the damage reports that we're starting to see out of this area. Numerous trees and power lines down across the county. Non-thunderstorm wind damage is what they're saying on this one, but even that's outside of what we're dealing with from that wind gust that we saw out there. So very powerful system, even in the areas where we're not getting these very extreme winds, or even where we're starting to see opportunity for some of those other areas that we're starting to see that have some kind of
There is one new tornado warning for Florida and Georgia.
Yeah, those are the early reports before the storms came in. I think it was a 62 and a 70-mile-per-hour wind.
Yeah,
I was actually out in the 62. Now, I wasn't at the airport, but I was outside just taking video. And when it blew, I did a Facebook Live, and it blew at me, and I wanted to get inside. I said 60, and it was 62 at the airport, so that was very close. But those were not even before the storms came in, a lot of that. We have a new tornado warning now, Thomas and Grady County. So a brand new tornado warning. That goes until 11:15. This is in the extreme southwest, southern corner here. This is Highway 319, so always... if you ever travel out of Tallahassee to Thomasville or Thomasville to Tallahassee, you're going to go right through where this tornado warning is right now. Now, there it is. There's Thomasville on the right side of your screen, and then Highway 319, which goes right into Tallahassee, it's Thomasville Road. That's what they call it. It does come into Grady County, and this will go until 11:15. So this is a storm coming out of Florida and moving to the north and east. Currently, it's still west of Tallahassee, so it's got a little ways to go. But I'm pretty much sure that this is probably going to be one of those storms that has just shown a rotation within the line, and as it does, it will move in. Will it hold together with the rotation? Still too early to call, but it does clip the extreme portions of southeastern Grady County. So there's Cairo, so southeastern Grady County, and there's Thomasville, extreme southwestern corner of Thomas County, Beachton, Rocky Hill. Those are locations within the path of this storm that could be turning into severe, definitely, and possibly dropping a tornado as well. So Highway 319 from Thomasville down towards Beachton and into Florida in Tallahassee. That is a tornado-warned storm, radar indicated, I believe. Let me just check the latest information from them. I imagine this one is radar. It looks pretty good on the radar there. It's a tornado warning, yep, and it is radar indicated. So there has been a change overall. Most of the tornado warnings we had earlier, there were debris signatures with them. Now we're not seeing the debris signatures. Doesn't mean there is not any tornadoes. It just means that these might be much shorter lived. So these just pop up and pop down, maybe not even enough for a scan to, there's a scan, you see that. One of these scans goes through it, and the debris might be up and then might be down before the next scan comes down, you know. So that's what we're seeing there. But we are seeing, again, in the eastern portion of Dougherty County, so we are seeing a little bit of that green and red touching each other. It's elongated there right in the northeast corner of Dougherty County as we get into Worth County, and this is a area notorious for tornadoes because both tornadoes moved through Camp Osborne in 2017. One in early January, one in late January. Both of them crossed the exact same point here as this little rotation's coming. That's probably not a tornado at this point. It looks pretty broad, but it could very well still be packing a punch because we did get a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust in northern Lee County, so it's not out of the stretch there.
Very, very powerful system, regardless in the imagination. This is just what we're dealing with coming across South Georgia at this time. This line of showers and storms still moving through other counties, not only in those tornado-warned areas that we see there in southern, where we talked about Grady and even clipping portions of Thomas County, but also back into Lee and also on Dougherty County. They're trimming this ever so slightly further toward the east. As you see, the downtown Albany area is completely out of that tornado warning now. This is mainly clipping northeastern portions of Dougherty County, getting into Worth County, just north of Sylvester. So East Dougherty included in that tornado warning. If you're just now joining us, Red Rock, another one of those locations. I want to put a pause on this so you get a better idea of where the leading edge of this rainfall is currently. But the overall picture shows that we are mainly dealing with very high winds, very powerful rain, the indication of rotation out there, which could lead to a tornado at any point. And so right now it's just radar indicated, but overall in East Dougherty, going into Red Rock, all the way over toward 313 there. We are going to be watching this area. So these are the spots that we're going to be watching for. We see Isabel in this as well, and we can see just the Worth County Comprehensive High School that's just down to the south. And so if you live in that region, these are the areas that you're still under that warning. Now, currently not seeing any confirmed tornadoes, but areas like Youngblood, if you live on that road, we can see also Ramblewood Road, and areas like Red Rock Road. These are the regions that are still under that tornado warning. If you live in any of the areas, those areas need to stay in their safe spot. You don't want to start venturing outside just yet because we still have this very powerful system that has already moved through. We saw the rain, we saw the wind. We had a live shot earlier here outside of the station, and it was powerful. It was bringing in high winds, heavy rainfall, coming down in sheets. Visibility was near zero for a lot of people here in the region. If you were, I saw one person trying to drive out there with this system. And we can see lots of lightning starting to pop up here on the map, especially with this system that is tornado warned, mainly covering the city of Tallahassee, but clipping some of our south areas there on 319 here. And that is just going to be not seeing any rotation in that region based on what I've seen on our velocity imagery, but still something to watch out for just in case that does start to move a little
New
bit.
tornado warning issued for Florida and Georgia. Here is the full text of this warning. Attention at 10:43 a.m. Estate. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Midway, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. End of warning. New tornado warning issued for Florida. Here is the full text of this warning. Attention at 10:35 a.m. Estate. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located 10 miles north of Carabel, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. End of warning. New tornado warning issued for Georgia. Here is the full text of this warning. Attention at 10:35 a.m. Estate. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over East Albany, or over Albany, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. End of warning.
Out of these locations. That reminiscent of the January 2017 event. Almost harken back. That's kind of the hallmark of this tornado since I've been here. This is in line and maybe even stronger than the wind event we had on January 3rd, 2017, because those were 80-mile-per-hour winds. We had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport. This is 93. We're talking about powerful winds coming in just north of Leesburg, 92.8. So, yeah, we're going to average up 93. 10:35 a.m. is the timing of that thunderstorm wind gust just north of Leesburg. Here in Albany, it looks like things are beginning to quiet down. We're turning the yellows into green, so we're going from moderate to light rain. But still, the eastern part of the county is dealing with very heavy rainfall, lightning, and what we're seeing is this bowing in the segment. So here's the bow that we're seeing, and that's kind of where the tornado warning is, and that bow will indicate at least winds in excess of 50, 60 miles per hour, and so with it, that would cause damage. So please, north of Highway 82, it looks like maybe even towards Acre, we're seeing a little bit of that very heavy rainfall and strong winds. And this is heading towards Ashburn and heading into Turner County. So that's next up, the I-75 corridor. The northern extent will see some of the heaviest of rainfall coming up here. Right now you got moderate to occasionally heavy downpours, but a lot more is coming your way. This area, whenever you see the colors change from almost nothing to red like that very fast, that means you've got maybe a shelf cloud coming in or just a squall line moving in with a bowing part. So there's going to be some very gusty winds emanating from this thunderstorm that is now moving through East Doherty towards Acre northward and again pressing into the heart of Worth County north of Sylvester so far, and that'll continue across Highway 33, and then if it continues to venture, it would move into Turner County. So we're watching that storm and the one down in Florida, which is going to move into our southern communities. We've had a number of reports of tornadoes already, mostly in through portions of Early and Calhoun County. Those are kind of where the storms have come in, but we're progressing very nicely with this thunderstorm complex. What I mean by that is it's moving to the east as advertised. Now there's going to be a lot of moderate, maybe even some heavy rainfall behind you. You can see that kind of like rain continuing, but this is it. This is the severe part. Back here it's not severe. It's just going to be raining. Obviously if you have damage and you have a hole in your roof or your roof has been torn up, this is all falling down at you, but this is not severe. This still could be severe for the next little bit, and it's going to be coming towards the Highway 319 corridor. Yes. Thomasville and Moultrie, right now you're just seeing some very light rain, although there's some heavier showers starting to move towards I-75. So far it's just like just wind and rain, but nothing that's obviously severe. And we do have some lightning strikes starting to show up here in Thomasville as well. You're currently under severe thunderstorm warning The tornado warning is off to your south and west, but that severe thunderstorm warning, again, would include winds over 60 miles per hour, some hail, and even when you read the fine print on a severe thunderstorm warning, even the possibility of a tornado. They always put that in there at the very, very end, but it's there, and so we'll be watching that very carefully in the southern communities and then up through the extreme northwestern portion of Dougherty County and also Worth County.
I wanted to see if I could pull up Max 2 just to kind of get a live look at our Ashburn camera on I-75 to see just how powerful these rains and winds are kind of out there. People thankfully are able to drive on the roadways at this time, so not the worst of it. Still getting some heavy rain and wind, but this would be if that warning were to progress a little bit further eastward. It probably potentially go into this location, and this is where we were talking about that Boeing segment. You can already see the sheer power of those winds based on that flag out there, trees blowing around here along Ashburn and on I-75 on our First View 10 camera. But thankfully not too bad at this time. That could all change in an instant, especially with this line continuing to grow. And so with our first alert radar back on Max 1, the overall picture still shows that we still have that warning that is in portions of Dougherty County getting into Worth County at this time, still north of Sylvester. This is going all the way over the next 5 minutes. I don't know if they've had any talks of any extension of this system right now, but overall, we still have that warning that's in that area. We're still
Center, the drive-in this morning was no fun at all. What are we looking like now?
It sure was not a fun morning, and that pattern continues, Sabrina. New travel advisory on the wet pavement, spin-out crash in the center lanes and right lane. 85 southbound below Highway 317, exit 111, use Satellite
There
Boulevard.
There is one new
so
severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Crash, 2 left lanes, 285 eastbound, the Interloop at I-85. You're slowed from Peachtree Boulevard. Take 400 south to 85 north as an alternate. And still working this crash in Alpharetta. It had been in right lane, 400 southbound before Windward Parkway, slowing you from McFarland Parkway. Traffic brought to you by Ameris Bank. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. Find out how they can help.
storm force winds all the way up to hurricane storm force winds. So this is a very potent system. You do not want to be outside. If you're in a warm location, make sure you're getting to your safe spot right now. Stay there until you get the all clear. And a majority of us are still under a severe thunderstorm warning, indicating the same thing, still letting you know that there's a tornado possible in any of these areas along the squall line. There's heavy rainfall likely, flash flooding, and even the possibility for those high winds that could lead to damage of trees, power lines, homes, you name it. We could still be dealing with all of these different things. And so this is the overall picture right now showing you what we're dealing with. Squall line still making its way further toward the east right now. We still have half of the region to go. And so if you're not dealing with the heavy rainfall, the high winds right now, it's still headed further toward the east. And so areas in downstream of this would be Colquitt County. You still haven't quite gotten in on this squall line either, which is good, but however, it's on its way, still bringing in the opportunity for heavy rainfall and high winds. We still haven't seen this completely get all the way through Worth County itself. When you get into Turner County, Tift County, areas already warned for this severe thunderstorm warning, still has the opportunity for this. And so these are what we're dealing with right now across the region. Here's a better look at what we're dealing with when it comes to that warning. You can see the number of just the reports coming out of Florida just to our south there of the amount of damage that you see there. And this same warned system that you're seeing right now, this probably damage from a little bit earlier mixing in with damage from now, but you can still see just how powerful this system has been over the last few hours that it has been here in the region. And you still see that we're under that that tornado warning for our southern areas of getting into Grady and even Thomas counties right now. And so this one is going all the way until 11:15. We're going to keep a close eye on where this is going to be going. Let's go ahead and pull up velocity imagery to see. Still very broad, if anything, any rotations.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Florida and Georgia.
Move its way into portions of Worth County, the one that was tornado warned there. And then moving a little bit closer, we are going to be keeping an eye on this system that's closer down toward Tallahassee. Still not seeing too much based on what we're seeing here on velocity imagery. Kind of want to give you an update on what that's looking like, but if anything, very broad, still indicating those very high winds that we're dealing with out there. I know on, if we want to go to Max 2, another look at one of our areas here, Lake Blackshear. This is another area that is getting in on this heavy rain and this wind there. We can see this moving into Crisp County right now. The sheer power of this, you can see the water is just like moving right now. It's very rough out there. Definitely not the time to go boating at this time. You can see just how quickly the camera is being covered with rainfall right now. It is a very powerful system. Definitely don't want to be outside at this time. Very, very, very.
Yeah, some of the worst weather is actually moving to that Lake Blackshear area. Warwick, we're seeing that like what looks like just a Boeing segment moving into that, and that's heading into Crisp County. There's no tornado warning, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Crisp County.
And giving you an update, those 2 tornado warnings in Lee and Doherty and Worth County have been set to expire. They still are on a severe thunderstorm warning, but no tornado warnings for those areas right now at this time. And so we're now mainly just dealing with this one warning that is still into portions of Thomas and even getting into Grady County right now. They looks down just a little bit further down to our south, just below Tallahassee. They did enter a new tornado warning for that region, but here in South Georgia, no new warnings at this time that we have been made aware of, mainly dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings. And it looks like they'll probably let this one expire down in Grady and Thomas County coming up in the next 15 minutes, where they have that warning set to expire here in this region. But if you're still in that area, you're still dealing with the very powerful winds. You're still dealing with the very heavy rainfall. The worst of the weather going right through Cairo right now and going through areas like Beachton, Thomasville. We're seeing Boston. You're going to be next in line. Pavo, Moultrie. It looks like you're going to be getting in on some of those very strong like thunderstorms coming up in the next couple of minutes yourself. And so this kind of give you an idea of what that's looking like. And so I want to see if I can go ahead and get Moultrie a better idea of when the worst of this weather will be getting a little bit closer to you. So this line is moving toward the east, mainly giving you an idea. So Moultrie, it should be around closer to you around that 11:12, 11:15 time frame. You can see Riverside around 11:10 to 11:15, Norman Park around 11:19 to 11:24, and 11:22. You'll be seeing that in Ion as well. And so those areas will have to deal with the heaviest of rainfall coming up here soon. Doran, you're already dealing with this at this time. Sylvester getting in on the thick of it as well. Getting back into Albany, we can still hear the heavy rainfall that's coming down right over the station right now. Still getting those very high, powerful winds even behind this initial squall line that's already pushed through the region. And at any moment, we could still be dealing with a possibility for another warning, just to kind of indicate, because there could be some more rotation popping up in a number of these areas. But right now, no warnings just yet, besides the one down in Thomas and Grady County in our extreme southern regions of those counties. But even keeping an eye on those areas. Still not seeing much when it comes to the actual velocity imagery, not even on debris detector are we seeing much either as well. So here's a better look at this going down toward that area. Not really seeing much on either one of these, and so that's some good news for us. We don't want to see much. We want to make sure you're staying safe, make sure you're staying protected. But this is what sweeping radar is still showing us at this time. First alert radar, only tornado warning down in Grady and Thomas County, and looks like they kind of renewed that just a little bit further down toward the south.
Okay, so that might be a little bit of good news. We're going to, what time does that last tornado warning expire, the one that's covering our area? Is that 11?
11:15.
Okay, so we're going to stick with you through this 11:15 time frame. And if that's the last one, that's the last one. But of course, if something were to reemerge on the tornadic side, we will break back in. But we may get a little bit of a break before the noon show. We're going to have a full update with reports of damage, maybe some video. Once these storms move through, we'll be able to see some of that. It's going to maybe take some time, but you can see all the reports, 2 tornado reports. That was the same tornadic supercell, by the way. So that was the same thunderstorm complex, may have dropped 2 tornadoes separately. And then we have had wind damage reports. So there's a tornado in Arlington, in the Arlington area that showed up earlier. And then Cordray's Mill near Morgan. That was a tornado debris signature from the radar site that comes out of Fort
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
That was a 10:02, and that was a tornado. So we got the debris signature, so we know there was a tornado in that vicinity. And then further into Calhoun County, another one of those tornado reports. Wind damage reports, and again, I think the Moultrie one here, or near Moultrie, that's probably before the storm's coming, because you have yet to see the worst of the weather move into your area. That's now coming into the western part. So we had a 50-mile-per-hour non-thunderstorm wind gust in the Drive Campus, Industrial Drive Campus area from a WeatherStem observation site. So non-thunderstorm wind gust, 50 miles per hour, and that can knock over trees and throw your furniture around, your lawn furniture as well. But we had a much stronger wind here at the airport in Albany, 70 miles per hour. We had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport at Southwest Georgia Regional. Someone told me they saw a plane fly right by the airport. Luckily it landed right about that same time with a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. You don't want to be landing in 70-mile-per-hour winds. No. That would be really, really bad. But those are the latest storm reports. We still are holding on to that tornado warning in the southern portions of Grady and extreme southwestern corner of Thomas County. But we are, look at how the wind damage. Now remember, this is probably the most populated area in, it's not our viewing area, but that northern part of Tallahassee, very wooded, and so there's going to be a lot of wind damage reports there. But they've got a number of tornado warnings ongoing, so they're getting a lot of reports of tornadoes down in the Tallahassee area. But that's it. We got severe thunderstorm warnings that encompass a lot of our area. So we're going to see heavy rainfall, maybe a quick inch, inch and a half, maybe even 2 inches in a couple hours. And you're going to see winds gusting 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, maybe some small hail still mixing in. But right now, the other area you see highlighted in red, that's the tornado watch. That goes until 2 p.m. So that location until 2 p.m., which does include all of our communities. We'll start to see it getting pushed away. Look at that. Stewart County no longer under any warning or watch. No more tornado watch. So there's some good news. We know that now the watch will be trimmed back as we see this line continue to progress to the east. So we're still holding on to this for about 8 more minutes. This tornado warning in our southern reaches of Grady County along Highway 319. That storm seems to be pressing more east than northeast, but it'll still be packing a punch. I believe that may be the storm that produced a lot of that wind reports in Tallahassee.
A lot of wind reports. I actually want to know how many reports there were in that area. I'm going to go ahead and put a number on that to kind of see just how many it was so far. That's lightning strikes, but we can see storm reports. Let's see if I can get a little bit closer to that. It looks at least about, 15, if not, maybe just a little bit less, but like a number of damage reports that we see coming out of there from this system, even before, like just before this system, probably a lot of thunderstorm wind damage that we've seen out of that. Thankfully, this is heading more toward the east, but you can see this is non-thunderstorm wind damage that probably came in even before this got in, because this says 8:45 in the morning. So this is a lot of different reports coming out of this system even before we had the squall line make it through here. And you can just see now we had that already come through, and now we have more of these strong storms coming through once again, which could lead to even more damage just a little bit further down toward our south. But here in South Georgia, we're still watching that very corner of that tornado warning that's entering into portions of, we can see Grady and Thomas County, Breachton. You're still not quite out of the clear. It's still probably holding on so long because, you know, still got to make sure that you are aware that, like, this is still a powerful system. There's still going to be a potential for any kind of damage. We've seen the number of tree damage reports. We've seen down power lines. We have seen the damage reports when it comes to even other things that have been out there, and the high wind reports. These are not anything you want to mess with. You do not want to be outside trying to, like, you know, see if you can be the next Jim Cantori at this time. You want to make sure you're in your safe spot and trying to be safe and stay out of this as much as you possibly can. The rain is coming down heavy. The squall line continuing to push into Worth County, getting into Turner County. We've seen it go over Lake Blackshear here soon. We can still see currently in Ashburn on I-75, those clouds rushing through the region, bringing in those heavy downpours, those drivers probably having to kind of grip the wheel to stay on the roadway with just how high these winds are as they're starting to enter the thick of this weather right now, and the worst of it as well. And you can see this still kind of following that I-75, not quite toward areas like Cook County getting into Lowndes County, but it is see some of that heavy rainfall getting into Tift County at this time, and we can still see that number of different reports that we have seen just behind this system that you can start to see the clearing that's starting to occur for some areas, like you can see getting into Blakely, things starting to improve, starting to get that into portions of Seminole County right now as well, and even Terrell County. But as soon as we get through this leading edge, this leading line of showers and storms from the squall line, then things should start improving from here. But we still have a number of counties left to go in this current severe thunderstorm warning that's still popping up. And so with that severe thunderstorm warning, remember, all the same things apply to mostly a tornado warning. We'd still be seeing that possibility for a tornado to spin up at any moment. It is possible. Hazards include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A lot of this is radar indicated, but you could expect considerable damage to trees, also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and buildings, and outside of buildings. And so a number of different locations under that severe thunderstorm warning indicated. And notice this is going to go all the way until 12:30 potentially, and then we can be seeing this extended even further towards some of our far eastern communities. And so right now this is 11:11. We're still seeing the opportunity for that tornado warning holding on all the way into that 11:15 time frame. So another 4 minutes with this current warning. Not seeing any rotation associated with that. If we take a look at velocity imagery, let's go ahead and move a little bit further down toward the south there. If anything, broad, but overall not really seeing much when it comes to velocity imagery right now. Still seeing those high, powerful winds that are moving across the area, though. That's still showing up very prominent there, but overall not seeing any tornado signatures at this time. That's what we're still going to continue watching for you over the next 4 minutes and throughout the rest of today, as long as this line is moving through South Georgia.
Yeah, so what we're looking at is still a strong to severe line of thunderstorms.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
To Colquitt, the heart of Worth County, in through Crisp in the northwest portions of Turner County, and into Doherty and southeastern, I'll get it straight, Grady County. Those locations, so the severe thunderstorm warnings, that graphic should say tornado warning expected to expire at 11:15. But that's all right. The severe thunderstorms will continue to go until the time allotted. Yeah. So we still have, it's 11:15, or we'll be 11:15. We probably have about 3 more hours before this gets all the way through. But as mentioned, we are expecting that these severe thunderstorms will continue to progress eastward. Right now, we won't have a tornado warning You can see this is the last of it, just tickling our southern communities. So we do have a very expansive severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be kind of hard to track because everyone is involved in this. I mean, these severe thunderstorm warnings go from all the way from Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County, all the way down to Thomas County, and they will be extended eastward into Lowndes County, into Coffee County. It's just that they're not as intense as far as producing tornadoes.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida.
Swath of rainfall, and it's actually the fact that we do have this squall line, and now it's kind of interacting, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Valdosta and Lowndes County. We've got a lot of rain out ahead of it, so that may stabilize the atmosphere just enough to keep this from becoming any worse than it is. So we were watching for rotations along this line. In the last, I would say, hour, we've not seen any rotation, so that's a good sign. So we've got 2 more minutes. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has now, including Valdosta, until 12:45. The heaviest band now moving right into Thomasville, probably about 15 minutes into Moultrie. So those are some of our bigger cities along Highway 319.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
Lightning, heavy downpours, again 1 to 2 inches of rain in an hour or two. Should be just above levels where we're not going to be dealing with any flash flooding, but we'll keep an eye on that. Again, we've had a lot of rain. I know we did a story back in October, and Quinlan was asking me, oh, we haven't had any rain. It's so dry. I was like, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it because I knew this was going to happen. And there's going to be a lot more storms. Friday is another day. We have another severe threat on Friday, slight risk, and it's another first alert weather day. So we're not done with it. Luckily, it looks like next week it'll be much colder. So even when we do get some rain and maybe some wintry precipitation in the northern part of the state, we won't have the severe threat. So that's the good news. But in El Nino year, you get these storms. They could be supercharged or they just could be southern storm tracks. This one is supercharged. You got the subtropical jet stream interacting with just a very powerful low pressure, and it is bombing out. What we call a bomb. When you say bomb, it's a rapidly intensifying storm. So that's the latest, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a nice break here. We got 11:15. We got 45 minutes to prepare for the noon show. Town and Country will not air because of the weather, so we will have a second half hour of the noon show. So we'll have like a full hour of the noon show, Town and Country, because of the weather. We didn't want to have folks come out here and try to cook something in the middle of a tornado, right? All right, thanks for joining us on this extended coverage of this severe weather outbreak. I'm meteorologist Chris Zellman. Tommy Elwin's running radar, and Dana Parker was with us earlier, still here, and sipping on a lot of coffee. Hopefully you'll be able to sleep tonight. Thanks for joining us. We'll send you back to regularly scheduled programming.
Long line.
Yeah, at least that rotation, right? We've had confirmed tornado warnings this morning. This one is a radar indicated. At the moment, no confirmed tornado warnings that we have. In fact, we do have the first of the day, our first severe thunderstorm warning that's up in South Carolina, but we'll focus and remain in Florida because that's where the activity has been the most robust. And it's also where we're beginning to see those power outages continue to tick up. 17 reports of tornadoes. Perhaps this is the same tornado. This will be, of course, looked into, surveyed by the National Weather Service, but that's what we have so far. The majority of them have been in Florida, with one exception just to the south of Dothan. And then, yeah, close to Albany, too. In Georgia, we've had a couple of them. So Alabama, Georgia, and Florida all in it. We have seen a bit of a change to this tornado watch that we have. It still remains in effect for a good chunk of the panhandle of Florida. And then along I-75, north, but not included in it is Macon. That line of storms has actually just moved out of Macon. We have a severe thunderstorm warning east of Macon, and that's for winds that are 60 miles an hour. Hail's not a huge threat, but I think the biggest risk that we're going to continue to deal with as we're looking in Tallahassee there with that wind advisory, that's just one of many issues that they're having today, but the road signs telling folks to use caution. This tornado warning that we have south of Tallahassee, it's going to run until, I believe, the bottom of the hour. Yeah, so 11:30, the southern side of Tallahassee, and then a part of I-10. What we've seen with these storms all day, this line of storms, this particular segment has been that possibility of a rotation. So between Tallahassee and St. Mark's is where we're seeing that possible rotation. This storm moving off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. Like I had mentioned, power outages are beginning to increase, and we still have that occurring in Leon County, which is where Tallahassee sits, and then elsewhere, especially into southwestern Georgia.
Yeah, the numbers are really incredible looking at those right now. 60,000 for Georgia, up to 84,000 now. So just saw a jump in those numbers. So that makes nationwide from the southeast, where we've got the tornado threat here, is gone up.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
The majority of them have been in the southeast. I mean, we're eclipsing 100,000 when we factor in Florida and Georgia. And with the type of day that we have setting up, South Carolina, right now North Carolina is okay, but those are going to be the states that are next. As this system brings this cold front through, we're going to have a warm front lift north, and then the ingredients here are going to come together. Not so much the instability that we would think of traditionally with the sun heating, destabilizing the atmosphere. This is much more of a wind event that's going to lead to the possibility of strong tornadoes.
And this is the south side, the warm side. You get to the north side of it, we have had some power outages from the blizzard that came through from the Central Plains to the Midwest. It's not over yet. A winter storm warning, really a batch of warnings going across the entire state of Iowa. Keon, when you look at this, we're closing in on a foot of snow in some places. The wind won't quit, though. So even if you have a little snow on the ground, you've still got problems to deal with.
And that's going to be the theme through the rest of today, Amy. Really, if you're out of that blizzard warning, which has expired, thankfully, you're still going to be probably feeling those blizzard-like conditions simply because of the winds. They are howling through parts of the Central Plains. Where we do still have warnings in place, they are going to be those winter storm warnings that have extended well into the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes region. But for the snow right now, it's continuously and heavily falling in areas like Iowa, back towards northwestern Illinois, southern portions of Wisconsin, and it's that wet, heavy snow. So a lot of these areas, while we are still seeing snow fall, we're still dealing with those gusty winds that have been blowing through the course of this morning. Some of our top winds have even caused low visibility in areas that have shut down main interstates and main roadways across parts of this region. So a lot of the area at this point in time still feeling the brunt of those blizzard-like conditions. It's going to be something that we continue to watch, Amy, well into the evening hours.
Yeah, there still could be heavy snowfall rates come through Iowa. We know that we had a transition time period for Chicago, but there's more snow coming in there. There's a little intensification of the storm coming into northwest Illinois. So let's get to that. Kiana, thanks for the update. The winter storm moving through the Midwest and Chicagoland in its entirety, meaning that whole portion up against the Lake Michigan and moving into northwest Indiana, we'll see another round of snow coming in. There's been a fine line between rain and snow over Chicago. That's what tapped down some of the accumulations in downtown and even out into Midway and O'Hare. But about 100 flights have been already canceled today from the storm. We have the rain come in through the middle part of the day, and then snow returns for the evening. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is in Geneva, Illinois, just west of Chicago. Flakes are starting to fly there. We've seen a little intensification of the storm, the push from the west now. This will be the recharging of the storm, and you'll see more snow out there in Geneva, Robert.
No doubt, and we're getting it right now. Heavy, wet snow, and it is gorgeous in scenic Geneva, a suburb about 40 miles to the west of the big city of Chicago, right here on the beautiful Fox River. These are heavily populated suburbs, and you talk about that snow rain line. Well, we found the snow line for sure out here in the suburbs, Amy, and everyone watching. But look at the video from this morning, downtown Chicago, where we began the day, right as the sun was trying to come up. Of course, you're not going to see any sun today, but the streets of Chicago, really a rainy, sleety mess as the skyscrapers covered in some of that dense fog off of Lake Michigan, and people bundled up with their coats and hats and taking that breezy rain mix, blah, blah, terrible stuff that Chicagoans do not like in the morning. And then, of course, we drove out here to try and find that snow line.
miles an hour, so expect it to move and bring quite a bit of strong winds with it as it reaches closer towards Monticello in just about 20 minutes or so. We're keeping a close eye on some of these severe storms, but now we want to change things back up for you and head back over to talk about some of that snowfall.
Yeah, this is up in the Northeast Sunday in Massachusetts. You could see that car just kind of slipping and sliding. Just shows you how dangerous it can be driving in these conditions, and you really want to take things slow. We saw quite a bit of snowfall, 18 to nearly 23 inches in some spots out of Vermont. Temperatures for today, we've got temperatures in the 30s for Burlington, 20s in Bangor, but by Wednesday, we start to see those temperatures climb. That's going to set us up to see melting snow on top of some rain on the way, and that'll lead to flood concerns. We've got widespread flood watches from Portland down through New York City, through Long Island, D.C., Roanoke, Richmond, all included through Wednesday to see flooding. Remember, flash flood warnings are always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We've got a level 3 out of 4 flooding risk. That is a moderate risk here for heavy rainfall and flooding. How much rain is on the way? Well, we could see some pretty widespread 2 to 3 inches, but there are some pockets where 4 inches of rainfall are going to be possible. And then we've got on the northern side of things some snowfall to watch out for too. Several of these winter alerts have started to come through the higher elevations of West Virginia through Pennsylvania all the way up through Maine. So notice by this afternoon, we're already seeing some widespread rain moving in. We've got some of that snowfall by the afternoon hours. Some spots are cool enough today, but most of us are looking at rain. New York City, out through Connecticut, Rhode Island, it is rainfall for you. You'll be cleared from all of that by early Wednesday morning in New York City, still seeing that through Boston, and then a couple of bursts of moisture will linger into our Wednesday afternoon and evening. We could see another foot of snowfall across some of these higher elevations, a bit farther to the north where temperatures are colder, and gusty winds going to still remain prominent, which means low visibility.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina.
Is going to be more likely. Those wind gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour, at times higher than that. Notice all these pockets of Thanks for joining us on Weather Nation for your central regional forecast. Check out this view out of Goodland, Kansas. Oh boy, those are some gusty winds, blizzard conditions rolling through the plains yesterday and even through parts of today. We are still dealing with gusty conditions and heavy snowfall that is going to bring some impacts your way. And we're going to talk a lot about that. That same system is now moving its way up into the Great Lakes, bringing a little bit more snow into Wisconsin, to Illinois. The Midwest, your snow reports have been over a foot in some areas. That does include Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, almost a foot at 11.5 inches. Here where some of those lingering winter alerts remain with this system, Springfield all the way up to Green Bay, even portions of Michigan where you will still be watching snowfall as this system moves through. So let's track out the timeline here. Here's all that snow, Kansas City up through Kirksville. This is the Central Plain. So you're still seeing it a little bit farther south. As we move into lunchtime through the afternoon hours, that's more so going to be out towards Illinois, up
There
into
is one new
Davenport
special
and up
marine
into
warning.
Wisconsin, tracking things up into the Great Lakes. We're not completely quiet after that. We've got a couple of bursts of energy working through Lincoln to Des Moines, and then another little bit of that starts to come through by Thursday, and that brings some additional snowfall to Kansas City out through Des Moines. How much snow? Well, now through Thursday's time frame here, right around 10 p.m., we could see another 4 to 6 inches of snowfall accumulating. That will create some winter storm impacts. If you're in Kearney, Lincoln, Maryville, these areas in yellow, it's more minor with those impacts, but still possible, especially if you're not used to these conditions. Forecast temperatures, Kansas City in the 30s the next few days. Still going to be watching some of that activity sticking around. St. Louis, Missouri, and the 40s through much of the work week, but oh, look at the weekend. As we head into the weekend, you've got 20s and teens headed your way, lows down to the single digits. So a big cool down is on the way. Across the northern plains, our next system is going to be up into the Dakotas by tonight, and then that continues to trek its way across the country, not providing as big of a punch, but it is still going to have some snowfall associated with it, some gusty winds, and those cooler temperatures will be here in no time. Less in the form of accumulation. You've got about 1 to 3 inches overall, but some spots into Nebraska you could see closer to 4 with those darker blues. Rapid City, South Dakota, staying active Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And nope, that is not a typo. That is 0 degrees Saturday. Temperatures dropping down to the minus teens as we head to those overnight lows.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
Is really going to be here the next 24 hours. Milwaukee, Traverse City, Chicago, expect cold air, expect snowfall, and it is going to create some more difficult driving conditions in this area where another 6 inches, more widely speaking, is going to be possible surrounding Lake Michigan. So still a lot here with this snow side of the system. Tonight, tomorrow morning, temperatures dropping to the 20s and the 30s. Chicago, you'll also be feeling that big cool down in the teens with those temperatures by Sunday. Let's now take you to Louisiana. Caitlin has a closer look at what's shaping up for our forecast here.
Oh my goodness, all that rainfall, that was Louisiana earlier and maybe even late last night because they did see some flooding because of that frontal system that's still passing through right now. Those headlines going on in the central U.S., we have some lingering winter alerts, but the vast majority of us are dealing with some gusty winds left over today, but overall a big cool down in the extended forecast here. Starting things off with those extended and lingering winter weather alerts. These are until this evening. It's just winter weather advisories reaching through Springfield and closer towards Fort Smith. But right now that forecast is showing us that a lot of that snow is going to taper off in areas of Springfield as well as Fort Smith as we head closer towards that evening commute tonight. St. Louis, you have to deal with quite a bit of that rain, even a mixture of rain and snow by 5 p.m. tonight, but 10 p.m. things are looking quite a bit better for areas of St. Louis. We're going to see a lot more dry time throughout our Wednesday. Thankfully, I think we could all use it. In fact, our next chance of seeing any sort of moisture is barely anything by Thursday, early morning. Hopefully most of us are still asleep by then, but that cold front, that's our next system that's moving through, bringing some spotty scattered moisture along with it. Could see a mixture of rain and snow. So that forecast accumulation, including that next upcoming cold front late Thursday, brings us kind of 2 to 3 inches of snow possible and some more rain in areas of Arkansas and into Texas. But speaking of Texas, here are some of those North Texas wind reports just from yesterday. No wonder we had blizzard warnings out there issued, because we saw about 70-mile-per-hour gusts. So you don't even need a lot of snow on the ground or falling out of the sky to create visibility problems with something like that. And on the topic of wind, we still do have some wind alerts issued until later tonight. The entire state of Louisiana, as well as Arkansas, and most of Oklahoma, as well as eastern Texas, still seeing those wind reports. So jumping into some of those wind gusts that are possible, we're seeing gusts up to about 30, maybe even 40 miles per hour possible this afternoon in areas of the southern plains. However, they start to get better late tonight, and in the overnight hours, phew, they finally get a lot better. Tomorrow may be a little bit breezy, but not as bad. Areas of the western Gulf, same story. You can see gusts up to about 30 to 40 miles per hour early on today. However, going to get quite a bit better by this evening, and towards those overnight hours, finally a lot calmer of conditions for us. Those temperatures also going to feel pretty good over the next few days before that major cool down comes over the weekend for us. That big bend of the Texas looking nice and dry, barely any cloud coverage over the next 2 days. Specifically Wednesday, very nice. Thursday, we'll see a few more clouds as our next chance of seeing some moisture comes into the area. Those temperatures, though, we actually see a warming trend in Abilene until the weekend comes around. That's when we see that huge dip in temperatures ahead for us on Friday and Saturday, and those lows are also going to be on the cool side.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
we're starting things off by taking a look at Tallahassee, Florida right now. One of the Florida.cams, and seeing a lot of wind, seeing a lot of rain, and seeing a lot of water being picked up by those cars out there on those roads. So a lot of reason there to give yourself distance in between you and the car in front of you, because you don't want to be just basically rained on from the rain itself, but then also rained on from all the water picked up in front of the vehicle in front of you. The good news is, so Tallahassee, your tornado warning has expired. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, but I wanted to zoom out to show you this almost line of storms here producing quite a bit of lightning, quite a bit of wind, and quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect because of that possibility of seeing a little bit of hail, but mainly because of some straight line wind damaging it. Possible and be damaging as well. Wow, that got away from me, didn't it? Here we go. I want to show you exactly what's going on in that Tallahassee area, since we were just talking about that and since we just looked at it. Zooming in here, we could see that it's Taylor County, Florida. It expires at 12:45 Eastern time. It's moving to the east. This entire system is moving to the east. But jumping back into that national radar here, I want to show you some flash flood warnings we have in effect as well. Those dark red boxes just south of Atlanta, in areas like Greenville, outside of Hickory, Asheville, and outside of Knoxville, it's because we've seen so much rainfall already. And in fact, let's take some of these possible totals here. We could see upwards of about 4 inches in some areas outside of Atlanta. Greenville, you are still seeing that rainfall. So we have that flash flood warning out there because that rain has started. It's ramped up. It's dumped enough to warrant that flash flood warning, but you are still seeing it as you are just right behind a severe thunderstorm warning. So all of these red boxes here are for flooding concerns over the next few hours. Let's take one of them just to show you. Pickens County, South Carolina. This is in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern time. And the one just south of Atlanta, this is Henry County, Georgia, and that's also in effect until 3 p.m. But let's take a look at national radar, shall we? We're going to zoom things out, and we're going to follow up along the Appalachia. Some portions of northern North Carolina seeing that rain turn into snow in those higher elevations. However, snow is a lot more common for areas to the north of that. We're looking up closer towards Chicago, Milwaukee, outside of Des Moines, reaching into that Waterloo, Iowa area. Buffalo, also seeing that mixture of rain and snow. So it's crazy to see how much warmth this system is bringing before it just cools all of us down, because we're seeing a lot of rain with this particular system, and we can see it even better when I zoom all the way out. I'll show you where that low is. It's approximately right here, and attached is that strong cold front. It's going to drop those temperatures down quickly, and it's going to cool things down overall as it moves up to the northeast. Yes, New
There is
England,
one new
it's
severe
heading for you
thunderstorm
soon.
warning for
But we're going to
Georgia.
keep a close eye on this system and what's going on across the country. Speaking of that, here's a look at Apex, North Carolina. Doesn't look too bad right here. Devon?
Yeah, not too bad, but all this moisture is
There is
going
one
to be
new
heading up
severe
into the
thunderstorm
Carolinas,
warning for
even
Georgia and
that
South
severe
Carolina.
threat up into the Carolinas. Our tornado watch has just been extended to go through 6 o'clock Eastern time, up a little bit more to South Carolina, where we've got a few tornadoes, hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. It'll expire right around 2 p.m. out a little bit farther to the south, so Florida, parts of Georgia, and then we'll continue to watch this more to the north. We've already seen a lot of power outages, especially out through the panhandle of Florida and southern Georgia near Albany, where look at the reds and purples. That's indicating 60 to even 100% of the county without power. So this is a very powerful system, especially with those strong wind that is going to continue to impact folks here as it moves towards the Atlantic coastline. So the Carolinas all the way down to Florida, Orlando, Fort Myers even included in that slight risk, and then more isolated in nature for South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, but still possible to see severe elements. Our significant wind threat remains in place, including those of you in Raleigh all the way down through Gainesville, meaning 75-mile-per-hour winds or stronger are going to be possible. And this is something we've already seen. we've already seen some very strong winds getting closer to that 70-mile-per-hour mark. We also hold on to that significant tornado threat, meaning on top of seeing a potential tornado, we could see an EF2 in strength or stronger in those areas highlighted in red. This frontal boundary will continue to push off to the east. By about 1 o'clock this afternoon, you'll see that knocking on your door in Gainesville to Jacksonville. It'll be up through Charlotte and Charleston here, and then by the early afternoon, it's right around 5 p.m., this front is getting really close to exiting unless you're down into Florida. It's going to be working through Tampa to Orlando, and then finally exits out of the Carolinas here by the late evening and overnight hours. Let's now take you to Chicago, Illinois. Caitlin has a closer look at our forecast details here.
Yeah, I sure do, Tibon. Right now, we are looking at the possibility of seeing quite a bit of snowfall in areas of Chicago, and we actually do have some mixture of rain and snow. But what's going on in the south, like Tibon just mentioned, we have some flooding concerns, but let's shift gears here. We actually have some storms to talk about. Not only the one that we see right now, but one that's coming a little bit later this week, Thursday into Friday. More severe weather is possible Thursday and Friday, but this really brings us those cold temperatures that almost everyone in the plains to the east is going to feel. And this is an extended forecast here, so take the timing with this forecast with a grain of salt, but that forecast accumulation, it looks to kind of take the same shape and size as the system we're tracking right now. So we have that potential of seeing upwards of about 6 to 12 inches of snow in some of those luckier spots. We're going to give you more info in the West Regional Forecast up next.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Thanks for joining us on Weather Nation for your Western Regional forecast. We take out to Auburn, Washington. Well, look at that. That's kind of a stay-at-home kind of weather here. This is from earlier as things start to ramp up across the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be watching a lot more of an active pattern. That means heavy snow, likely going to be seeing those winter impacts, especially if you were trying to head through the mountain passes. Winter weather alerts are pretty widespread here across Washington, Oregon, out through Idaho, and even stretching into Wyoming. Here's why. This is the Pacific Northwest. This is Washington, Oregon, Idaho. Look at how many spots you're seeing oranges and whites. That is indicating several feet of snowfall, 2 to even 3 feet possible of snow into the higher elevations through the Cascades, even up into the Olympic range, which means you are going to be dealing with winter storm impacts. Notice all the purple through the Cascades. That is extreme winter storm impacts because of the amount of snowfall. That could indicate impassable roadways at times just because of how much snow is going to be coming through. So that'll be something to keep in mind. Are you traveling through those areas? And maybe rethink some of those travels here because it is going to be pretty consistent here. Through tonight, you're seeing the snow through the Cascades. That'll build its way into Idaho, through southern Cascades, still through tomorrow morning, seeing some heavier snow showers. And it remains with us even through our Thursday time frame. More snow hanging on in the Pacific Northwest and riding down into Idaho. This will also create some blizzard conditions because of the gusty wind. So all these areas in orange you're seeing, winds over 35 miles per hour sustained for about 3 hours. That can reduce visibility down to 1/4 of a mile or less. Again,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Because, well, you might not be able to see anything. Closer to the coast, you've got a couple inches of rainfall. That's going to be possible here as well. Temperature-wise, pretty consistent in Seattle where you're only seeing rain, but we had farther inland, temperatures are cooler. We had higher up in elevation, temperatures are cooler, and it's all snow. Until Friday, Saturday, look what happens in Seattle. Those temperatures plummet. We go from the 40s to the 20s, highs in the 20s, which means any precip that comes down will be in the form of snowfall. Winter alerts extend through Montana and Wyoming. Several more inches of snow, 12 inches to a couple of feet possible still up into those higher elevations. Things start through today. They will continue through tonight. You get kind of round after round of this moisture pushing in. So if you were hoping to get up to some of these resorts, at least you're getting some fresh snow. It just might be difficult to get there. And then Thursday morning, as we start to see temperatures drop and we add in those winds, wind chill alerts start to come through. That means the temperature is going to feel much cooler than the air temperature in Cutbank, Havre, and Glasgow. Temperature-wise, well, here's why. Your highs on Thursday will be at 15 degrees in Billings. So that means those cold temperatures are going to be very cold. We're going to look at some wind gusts through today as well, but overall gusty conditions will hang around for us here the next several days. Let's now take you out to Colorado. Check out that fresh powder skier going through the trees. I would have already hit a tree by now, but incredible views.
You know, Devon, I love skiing, but I stay away from the trees. For me, I cannot handle that.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Something would go wrong, for me at least. But it does look like fun. And in areas of the southwestern U.S., we still do have some lingering winter alerts. Ultimately, some more snow moves through, which is good for those snowbirds, and a major cool down that we have to talk about. Those winter alerts through Thursday morning, the pink or winter storm warnings, and the purple winter weather advisories. Now, taking a look at that forecast for you, we could see some of that snow moving through areas of Salt Lake City as well as western Colorado throughout the rest of the day today. Commutes could be a little bit rough in that Salt Lake City Provo area as well later tonight, so plan ahead for that. Looks like we could see some lingering flurries in western Colorado by early Wednesday morning, but then our second push comes through. Look at how dark this blue is showing up on our forecast model here. It's bringing us that potential potential of seeing a little band of kind of heavy, wet snow move through in the overnight hours from Wednesday into Thursday early morning. This is actually going to impact areas of Arizona as well as New Mexico too. But that forecast snowfall, we could see some of those higher totals. Maybe those lucky elevations could see upwards of about a foot to foot and a half of snow by Thursday night. Those high temps though, Denver, we really start to see those cooler temperatures by Thursday. 40s today and tomorrow, but 27 by Thursday. Aspen, Colorado, this is exactly what I was talking about, that major cool down. Look at those lows. -1 Thursday night into Friday morning, with a whole lot of snow chances in the upcoming days. Areas of Northern California, you have dried out since earlier this morning. However, your second round of moisture comes in late tonight and it lingers into Wednesday early morning. That's actually going to follow down into portions of Southern California and Nevada, impacting places like Tonopah as well as Las Vegas, and that's later in the forecast here. But then Thursday night, you'll be able to squeeze out a little bit of dry time. Now, I think that forecast accumulation is a little generous, but maybe some lucky spots like Mammoth Mountain in the Sierras, you could see upwards of about a foot, maybe also 2 feet possible.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
You do have a chance of seeing some storms embedded into this little snow band, and that means chances for seeing some thunder snow. And any weather nerds out there might be super excited about that as well, from areas of Nevada reaching into that Salt Lake City portion by Wednesday night. Shifting gears to Southern California, though, we do see a lot of dry time throughout our Wednesday. Some of that moisture follows down those higher elevations by early Thursday morning. It's going to be pretty scattered by then. Early Thursday, though, we could see some of that moisture reach into northern Nevada, and that's that little clip into Las Vegas as well. Accumulations don't look as high here, but still, it's notable. Upwards of about 6, maybe even 10 inches. In New Mexico, like I mentioned, you have that chance of seeing a little bit of that moisture by early Thursday morning because of that cold front. So think that cold front if you're looking forward to a little bit more snow, and I encourage you to stay with us.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. Right now we're taking a look at Panama City Beach earlier this morning. Unfortunately, it looks like a water spout made landfall around PCB and then followed up along the Florida Panhandle close to that Georgia border as a confirmed tornado.
Wow, incredible views here. Can't imagine waking up to a scene like this and just
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
Our next stop brings us out to the northern side of this system where heavy snow, gusty winds took aim through Ames, Iowa earlier. And boy, is that not something, I never want to be driving through something like this. It just looks miserable.
Yeah, driving in that is just so dangerous. It's so slick. You don't know what's underneath that powdery snow. Could be ice, could be fine, but it's crazy to think that this is the same system. The same system is bringing all that snow in the plains and severe storms in the south.
Yeah, completely different impacts for folks, and we've already seen so many of these reports coming through. And check out what the visuals looked like on the ground in Marianna, Florida. This is from just a little bit earlier here where we saw the damage taking hold. And you could see as we zoom out, I mean, the roof completely gone here. And it's just so devastating to see this happen here. This is, again, in Florida, Marianna, where we've got our field correspondents on the ground bringing us the very latest, which we will continue to check in with them and bring you the very latest. But we want to talk about the forecast as we move forward, because this is already what we've seen in the last 24 hours. We've been dealing with power outages through the region here, and a lot of areas are going to be without power as those winds just knocked things down. Severe outlook today. We have Miami all the way up through Charlotte, through the Carolinas under a severe outlook today. We've got Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, those areas in the darker shade of yellow, indicating a heightened severe weather threat. Within that heightened severe weather threat, we've got significant winds that are possible. Significant just means we could see 75-mile-per-hour winds or stronger. All these areas highlighted in blue, that's those of you in Gainesville, Augusta, Wilmington to Raleigh. And then we still have a significant tornado threat. So we have tornado potential with this system. The significant areas mean we could see a stronger or more longer track tornado, EF2 in strength or stronger possible. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, that frontal boundary is going through Gainesville, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, up through Charlotte, where you're seeing heavy downpours, you're seeing gusty winds, and again, the potential for those severe elements to take place. By 5, 6 o'clock, you'll start to see that exiting across the southeast, but those of you in Florida, you'll still be watching that from Orlando to Tampa taking place before many of us see clearing by late tonight and especially through the overnight hours. Until then, heavy rainfall, flooding rains still remain possible. Any flash flood warning will be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Any tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning as well, always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. If you're in Atlanta, Greenville, Asheville, Winston-Salem, you're under flood watches through tonight, where we could see another couple inches of rainfall on top of what's already fallen. That's why we have an excessive rainfall risk in place today. Slight to moderate risk, meaning it's more heightened, more possible to see that flooding concern. And you can see that the northern side here is what's looking to see the heaviest of the rainfall moving forward, but we're still looking at another 1 to 2 inches in some other spots as well, and we're not done yet. By Friday, more thunderstorms in the forecast, temperatures on a little bit of a roller coaster trend for us. One last 7-day for you here. If you're in Columbia, South Carolina, we've got rain through today, a break in the 50s, Wednesday, Thursday, 60s come back, and more rain builds into the forecast for our Friday. Let's now take you to Burlington and out into Dodge City.
Yeah, both shots from Kansas there on Monday. Lots and lots of snow, and that shot from Dodge City, oh my gosh, that is without a doubt blizzard conditions. Less than a quarter-mile visibility, I'm sure, from that shot on Monday. And we are seeing some preliminary snow reports come in from the Midwest. It looks like South Dakota, Kansas, Nebraska, all kind
there
of
is
in
one new
unison,
severe thunderstorm warning for Florida.
Around a foot of snow, but we reached over 13 inches in Columbus, Nebraska.
Nebraska, and Lewiston, Nebraska as well. That radar showing us a lot of that snowfall has moved out of areas of Kansas and Nebraska and South Dakota, so that's good. But now it's moving over areas of Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and rain. A whole lot of rain is to the south of this system as well. So those winter weather alerts through Wednesday, we have winter storm warnings in pink. We have winter weather advisories in purple. A whole lot of winter storm warnings still in effect, reaching all the way up into the UP of Michigan and barely into that northern portion of Nebraska outside of Sioux City, South Dakota, and Iowa. So that forecast timing out the rest of it for you, we see a lot of that heavy wet snow is going to move through areas of Chicago, Milwaukee, and up towards the UP of Michigan as we get closer towards those evening hours tonight. A lot of that rainfall and even some severe storm potential as we head into the southeastern U.S. But focusing mainly on the snow aspect of the system, expect to see a lot of it wrap around almost the entire state of Illinois, impacting Indiana before it finally starts to weaken in strength by Tuesday night. And then the overnight hours, that's when things finally look to be a little bit more promising. Yes, we can see some snow left behind it in areas of West Virginia and Pennsylvania by early Wednesday, but definitely not as heavy or as dense as what we are seeing throughout the day today. Forecast snowfall, we kind of have this line of purple showing up, 6 to maybe even 10 inches of snow in between Green Bay down to Chicago and out towards areas of Waterloo, Iowa. So unfortunately, any traveling that you have today, whether it's on those roads or in the sky, it's
There
going
is
to
one
be
new
very,
severe thunderstorm
very
warning
difficult
for Georgia.
Once again, you'll want to check those DOT conditions because roads, interstates may have to close for safety reasons. But of course, we're going to keep you updated on what all this weather is bringing coming up in just a little bit.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Welcome back into Weather Nation. We continue to track that ongoing severe weather in places like Marianna, Florida. Yeah, unfortunately, we might be seeing more scenes like this as we go throughout the rest of this morning, especially there from Brandon Clement there in your top right-hand corner of your screen. A lot of damage coming out of the panhandle of Florida. We're not done yet, even as we get into the next couple of hours. Still going to be tracking that ongoing severe weather. A few tornadoes still going to be possible as we get into this afternoon, and we're also going to be watching out for a heavy rain threat with all of this as we go forward. All modes of severe weather, they're on the table. They've already been on the table if you've been with us here throughout much of this morning. That'll carry up toward the South and North Carolina coastal areas as we go into the rest of today, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. Back toward Mississippi and Alabama, you guys are largely okay. We're just going to be dealing with some slightly cooler conditions back toward Jackson. Looking at highs only topping out in the upper 40s today. It's going to be a little bit chilly. Got to grab that jacket as you head out the door. Marching further east, here's that organized line. And again, we'll see some brief spin-ups right along that. Anything out ahead of that still could be also severe as well. So got to keep your head on a swivel if you're in parts of South Carolina, North Carolina. Until we get to about 8 and 9 o'clock Eastern, I think most of this will start to work its way into the Outer Banks and then offshore as we go forward from there. So once we get into the overnight hours, we're safe and sound as we get toward tonight into tomorrow morning. But by then, we could be dealing with some ongoing flooding concerns here with all of this rainfall that we're going to be tracking, especially on the western side of both North and South Carolina. Models continuing to pick on that area of both of those states. And the Weather Prediction Center is keeping an eye out for places around Greenville, up toward Asheville, Anderson, South Carolina, spilling over into Raleigh and Charlotte, where we've got a slightly more tamped down threat for flooding. But there's plenty of moisture with this system, so you get caught underneath any of these pockets of heavy rain, going to be dealing with some issues on the roads. 65 for a high in Raleigh-Durham, cooling off a little bit behind that frontal system. We've got some quiet time in the forecast here as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, but here comes another system by Friday, bringing some possibly severe chances as well as we close out the week. Those will spill southward even as we get into the state of Florida, marching some of those strong to severe storms through the panhandle. They'll start to kind of ripple down into central Florida. We'll see just how far south some of these severe storms want to make it, probably to about Tampa and Melbourne. South of there, it looks like they kind of run out of steam just a little bit more. But again, the threat will be there. The flooding threat's not as high in this part of the southeast, so that is certainly some good news. 75 for a high in Jacksonville, 79 in Tampa. That's certainly plenty warm to fuel some of these storms as we go into this afternoon. Tonight we fall down into the upper 30s in Tallahassee. We're not nearly as warm as we get into tomorrow. A bit of a theme for a lot of folks in the southeast. Tallahassee, looking at those thunderstorm chances today. They return as we get into Friday. We've got another system to go as we close out that work week. Let's get you up to Ogunquit, Maine. A gorgeous
There is one new severe
sunrise
thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Yeah, that's a sunrise alert right there from us here at Weather Nation. And we always appreciate those sunrises. So maybe if you're out on a walk, taking the dog out, maybe you're out on the beach or the coast and you grab one of those beautiful sunrises or even the sunsets, just tag us on social media. We would love to see it. And of course, we can share it with all the viewers of Weather Nation. Let's go ahead and talk about the Northeast region where we've got heavy snow potential. There's going to be some spots of New York and up into Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine that could be exceeding 12 inches of additional snowfall, especially in the higher terrain. And then we also have the heavier rain. That's going to be closer to the Gulf Coast, or it's going to be closer to the Gulf Coast, but also the Atlantic coast, mid-Atlantic, northeast Atlantic coast.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina.
The latest forecast. Now, speaking of that forecast, there's an example of what we're expecting for today. 30s and 20s up into the far northeast. For Bangor, we're at 27. Burlington, just 32 for that expected high. But a bit warmer down south into places like Philadelphia, where high temperatures will be in the 50s today. So we're getting the influence from the warm front that's coming in. Look at all the onshore moisture that's coming in. You can see the wind barbs. They're moving from the east to the west. So this is onshore flow with this moisture associated with the frontal boundary that's coming in. Now, tomorrow morning, this is when we're going to start to get some tricky travel out into western New York, western Pennsylvania, because we're going to have some precipitation, but because of the cold front that's already come through ahead of this precipitation, it'll be cold enough to support accumulating snow. There's also going to be that potential for enhancement off of the eastern Great Lakes. Sometimes this time of the year, you can still get the warmer lake water temperatures. They haven't completely frozen over yet, and that can just add moisture and enhance the chance for that precipitation. And then look what happens Thursday morning. Another system for the Great Lakes. That's also going to impact parts of the Northeast. But as of right now, it looks like that forecast will be more up into Canada. So it'll be more for the areas that border Canada that we could have the higher snow. So northern New York, northern Vermont, northern New Hampshire. There's the rainfall potential, highest rainfall around eastern PA, so Pennsylvania into New Jersey, southern New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Solid 3 to 5 inches, very likely, and it could be heavy at times to where we're getting reduction in visibility, so that's going to impact any travel plans, any flying as far as getting in or out of some of these busy airports. There's going to be impacts in that regard as well. And the excessive rainfall outlook has a moderate risk from, say, Providence, Rhode Island, all the way down to Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland. So there's a big coverage area for the likelihood of flooding. And typically when you get a risk like that for flooding, there's going to be some flood watches added out ahead of what's on the way. And we do have numerous flood watches across the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. There's the in-house forecast. So this is what we use here at Weather Nation. So this is what we're looking at. And when we see that snowfall upstate New York across the Green and White Mountains, there's definitely going to be some much higher snowfall accumulation. So as we get up in elevation, that snowfall, it will be higher. Syracuse, New York, we look at that extended forecast. Here comes the rain. Notice temperatures, though, Wednesday into Thursday. If there's any leftover moisture, puddles on the ground, any of that sort of thing, there likely could be a freeze situation that we're watching for the morning hours of Thursday. We're going to be back. There's more Weather Nation, including the latest updates on this big system coming across the eastern U.S. today. You want to stay tuned for more updates.
Look at those snowflakes out in State College, Pennsylvania from earlier. Oof, it looks like folks are out and about, got to get to where they've got to go. And, well, sometimes that just means you've got to trek through the snow to get there. But maybe I'd rather be walking than driving through this stuff sometimes, especially if it's not too long of a walk. Seems a little bit safer unless you're clumsy like me, then, you know, that all goes out the window. Northeast, your snowfall totals over the last 48 hours, you've seen about 18 to nearly 23 inches of snow in Vermont. And that's quite a bit of snow for us. It's been a quiet start when it comes to snowfall. Today, temperatures will be in the 30s for Burlington, 30s for Boston, but we warm up Wednesday, so that means a lot of that snow is going to start to melt, and then it's going to create some areas of flood concerns. We've got flood watches from Portland, Maine, all the way down through Virginia, D.C., Williamsport, New York City, through Long Island included, and that has that level 3 out of 4 flooding risk in place for you today, where D.C., Baltimore, Hartford, not only are we going to watch some rain come down, it's going to help create some of that melting, but it's just going to be a little bit more rain than what's normal here. We've got a couple of inches that'll be possible, 2 to 3 inches in some spots, including New York City, including Long Island, Hartford, Connecticut to Rhode Island. You've got even some pockets of red where some isolated higher totals will be possible as well. We even have some snow we'll be watching over the next couple of hours. Millinocket, Bangor, you are expecting some of the higher totals, which is why you're under a winter storm warning instead of an advisory. And you'll start to see more of that by 5, 6 o'clock tonight. It's all rain from D.C. to Pittsburgh to Philadelphia and New York. Heading into the 8 to 10 o'clock hour, all that snow will still be up into Maine. Boston tomorrow morning, waking up to some shower activity, but New York City, you'll be cleared by about 4 or 5 in the morning. Still a couple of lingering pockets of snow that start to build into Pennsylvania, upstate New York into Wednesday afternoon, but overall things will be a little bit quieter. But the snowfall totals are looking still pretty good. We could see another 6 inches to 12 inches of snow into some of those higher elevations, along with gusty winds that could make some difficult travel, low visibility out there for the region. And you can see how gusty things are expected to be. This afternoon, New York City, you could be seeing 30 to 35, even 45 mile per hour wind gusts, even continuing through tonight, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds there out into Philadelphia. So just keep that in mind if you've got to be traveling, heading up through those mountain passes up into Vermont. You could be seeing some very difficult conditions. And then along the coast, flood concerns also remain. Just remember, every flash flood warning that's coming through, it's always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. But we're talking a lot about snow, not just here in the Northeast, but out west. So we want to take a second to talk a little bit more about thunder snow with meteorologist Rob Bradley.
Snow. It can be quite peaceful at times, but then, unexpectedly, you hear... and that's thunder snow. But how exactly does it happen? Well, let's break it down. First, we need a storm to form. In the colder months, this happens when warm, moist air near the surface rises. This is why we typically see thunder snow around bodies of water, because the water is warmer than the surrounding air. The ascending air will rise several miles into the atmosphere where the temperature is below freezing. The faster the air rises, the more snow and ice will form. The turbulent air causes ice particles to bump into each other and lose electrons, making them positively charged. The snow gains electrons and becomes negatively charged. When
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
And if you're close enough to the storm, you can hear the thunder. Don't be afraid to marvel at this rare and awesome sight, but make sure to do so from a safe distance. Thunder snow is often a part of intense blizzards or winter storms, and the lightning can be much stronger than in a normal thunderstorm. For Weather Nation, I'm meteorologist Rob Bradley.
And right now we're taking a look at what's going on the West Coast. We actually have a whole lot of low pressure systems and a lot of fronts moving through the West Coast, and that's bringing us a lot of weather to talk about. Not only is that strong low bringing severe storms in the southeast and a lot of snow for areas of Illinois, Wisconsin today, but also we have a fair amount of winter weather alerts in areas of the Pacific Northwest and just along the West Coast as a whole. The pink coloring here are winter storm warnings, and the purple are winter weather advisory, so a step down from that warning there. But speaking of warnings, we have blizzard warnings, mainly along the spine of the Cascades reaching down down into the Bend, Oregon area. Also, some of those higher elevations, even southwestern Idaho, getting in on some of that quote-unquote fun. Blizzard warnings are issued because of those strong winds and that snowfall. So it's going to be enough to reduce visibility to warrant that blizzard warning. Speaking of blizzard conditions, look at all this snowfall just raking in from the coast. We could see a lot of it impacting those Cascades. I suspect areas of eastern Washington and Oregon, you will see some of this despite what's showing up on our forecast there. I think the mountains are throwing off our forecast model just a little bit, but you could see another band of snow kind of setting up early towards Wednesday morning, moving through areas of northern California, northern Nevada, and even into southern Idaho. This particular system is going to band out. It kind of makes that little curve shape, and that's what we call it, kind of bows at this point. And this brings the potential of seeing some pretty heavy snow along it throughout the day on Wednesday. It even impacts areas of Las Vegas, Arizona, New Mexico, bringing some beneficial snowfall.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina.
We can see portions of that I-80 stretch from Nevada into Utah. Even Salt Lake City could get in on some of those chances on Wednesday. So with that particular system, the way it's bowing out, there is that chance of seeing some thunder snow, and that's exciting for any weather nerds out there like me. It looks like some of our I-5 commute and stretch. Washington Pass closed this time of year, but Stevens Pass, Snoqualmie Pass, you'll want to use some extra caution out there traveling over the next few days. Now that snowfall accumulation, keep in mind this is by Thursday night, so there's multiple rounds coming through, bring us a potential of seeing over 2 feet of snow in areas of the Cascades. And stay with us, your Central Regional forecast is up next.
Thanks for joining us on Weather Nation for your central regional forecast. Check out this view out of Goodland, Kansas. Oh boy, those are some gusty winds, blizzard conditions rolling through the plains yesterday and even through parts of today. We are still dealing with gusty conditions and heavy snowfall that is going to bring some
special marine warning.
your way. And we're going to talk a lot about that. That same system is now moving its way up into the Great Lakes, bringing a little bit more snow into Wisconsin, to Illinois. The Midwest, your snow reports have been over a foot in some areas. That does include Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, almost a foot at 11.5 inches. Here are where some of those lingering winter alerts remain with this system. Springfield all the way up to Green Bay, even portions of Michigan where you will still be watching snowfall as this system moves through. So let's track out the timeline here. Here's all that snow, Kansas City up through Kirksville. This is the Central Plain. So you're still seeing it a little bit farther south. As we move into lunchtime through the afternoon hours, that's more so going to be out towards Illinois, up into Davenport and up into Wisconsin, tracking things up into the Great Lakes. We're not completely quiet after that. We've got a couple of bursts of energy working through Lincoln to Des Moines, and then another little bit of that starts to come through by Thursday, and that brings some additional snowfall to Kansas City out through Des Moines. How much snow? Well, now through Thursday's time frame here, right around 10 p.m., we could see another 4 to 6 inches of snowfall accumulating. That will create some winter storm impacts. If you're in Kearney, Lincoln, Maryville, all these areas in yellow, it's more minor with those impacts, but still possible, especially if you're not used to these conditions. Forecast temperatures, Kansas City in the 30s the next few days. Still going to be watching some of that activity sticking around. St. Louis, Missouri, and the 40s through much of the work week, but oh, look at the weekend. As we head into the weekend, you've got 20s and teens headed your way, lows down to the single digits. So a big cool down is on the way. Across the northern plains, our next system is going to be up into the Dakotas by tonight, and then that continues to trek its way across the country, not providing as big of a punch, but it is still going to have some snowfall associated with it, some gusty winds, and those cooler temperatures will be here in no time. Less in the form of accumulation. You've got about 1 to 3 inches overall, but some spots into Nebraska you could see closer to 4 with those darker blues. Rapid City, South Dakota, staying active Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And nope, that is not a typo. That is 0 degrees Saturday. Temperatures dropping down to the minus teens as we head to those overnight lows. Last stop brings us to the Great Lakes, where all this moisture is really going to be here the next 24 hours. Milwaukee, Traverse City, Chicago, expect cold air, expect snowfall, and it is going to create some more difficult driving conditions in this area, where another 6 inches, more widely speaking, is going to be possible surrounding Lake Michigan. So still a lot here with this snow side of the system. Tonight, tomorrow morning, temperatures dropping to the 20s and the 30s. Chicago, you'll also be feeling that big cool down in the teens with those temperatures by Sunday. Let's now take you to Louisiana. Caitlin has a closer look at what's shaping up for our forecast here.
Oh my goodness, all that rainfall, that was Louisiana earlier and maybe even late last night, because they did see some flooding because of that frontal system that's still passing through right now. Those headlines going on in the central U.S., we have some lingering winter alerts, but the vast majority of us are dealing with some gusty winds left over today, but overall a big cool down in the extended forecast here. Starting things off with those extended and lingering winter weather alerts. These are until this evening. It's just winter weather advisories reaching through Springfield and closer towards Fort Smith. But right now that forecast is showing us that a lot of that snow is going to taper off in areas of Springfield as well as Fort Smith as we head closer towards that evening commute tonight. St. Louis, you have to deal with quite a bit of that rain, even a mixture of rain and snow by 5 p.m. tonight, but 10 p.m. things are looking quite a bit better for areas of St. Louis. We're going to see a lot more dry time throughout our Wednesday. Thankfully, I think we could all use it. In fact, our next chance of seeing any sort of moisture is barely anything by Thursday, early morning. Hopefully most of us are still asleep by then, but that cold front, that's our next system that's moving through, bringing some spotty scattered moisture along with it. Could see a mixture of rain and snow. So that forecast accumulation, including that next upcoming cold front late Thursday, brings us kind of 2 to 3
There is one new
inches of
severe
snow
thunderstorm
possible,
warning
and
for
some more
North
rain in
Carolina
areas
and
of
South Carolina.
Arkansas and into Texas. But speaking of Texas, here are some of those North Texas wind reports just from yesterday. No wonder we had blizzard warnings out there issued, because we saw about 70-mile-per-hour gusts. So you don't even need a lot of snow on the ground or falling out of the sky to create visibility problems with something like that. And on the topic of wind, we still do have some wind alerts issued until later tonight. The entire state of Louisiana, as well as Arkansas and most of Oklahoma, as well as eastern Texas, still seeing those wind reports. So jumping into some of those wind gusts that are possible, we're seeing gusts up to about 30, maybe even 40 miles per hour possible this afternoon in areas of the southern plains. However, they start to get better late tonight, and in the overnight hours, phew, they finally get a lot better. Tomorrow may be a little bit breezy, but not as bad. Areas of the western Gulf, same story. You can see gusts up to about 30 to 40 miles per hour early on today. However, going to get quite a bit better by this evening, and towards those overnight hours, finally a lot calmer of conditions for us. Those temperatures also going to feel pretty good over the next few days before that major cool down comes over the weekend for us. That Big Bend of the Texas looking nice and dry, barely any cloud coverage over the next 2 days. Specifically Wednesday, very nice. Thursday, we'll see a few more clouds as our next chance of seeing some moisture comes into the area. Those temperatures, though, we actually see a warming trend in Abilene until the weekend comes around. That's when we see that huge dip in temperatures ahead for us on Friday and Saturday, and those lows are also going to be on the cool side. Stay with us, though. We have more of your top weather headlines coming up next.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new special marine warning.
Thanks for joining us here on Weather Nation as we take out to Madison, not Wisconsin, Madison, Florida. You can see those lights there. Looks like an officer vehicle. And if you look really closely, what you're seeing there looks like a truck on its side. Really shows you those intense conditions. We've been dealing with extremely gusty winds in the region. And right now, as we take you to Viper Radar to show you Madison, you are seeing kind of the brunt of this activity. So really checks out with those live views and what's happening on Viper Radar. A lot of lightning, a lot of steady, heavy rainfall moving through the Madison area, and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So you're really seeing a lot of intensity here with these storms. What I am going to do is pause
There is
radar
one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia.
Just to give us a better view of this storm. Right now, Madison under a severe thunderstorm warning until about 1:30. That extends a little bit more to the east of you to Hamilton County until 1 o'clock here. And I want to show you the velocity. It's not looking like we're seeing too much of that wind picking up. Now, this radar is out into Tallahassee, so we're a little bit a ways from it now, but you can still see some likely extremely gusty winds coming through this region here. A bit farther to the north, we're dealing with more of that heavy rain, more of the lightning being seen. As I widen things out, you can see the entirety of that line, the severe storms that are working through all the way from Charlotte to Tallahassee, just to the east of you now. And this line is what's going to continue to push east, bringing all that lightning, bringing all those gusty winds and all of that heavy rain with it closer to the Atlantic coast. So we are still monitoring your severe weather here across the southeast. Remember that these winds are going to pack quite a punch, and you want to make sure you're just staying inside as these storms pass. You don't need to just stay inside with the tornado warning. Strong damaging winds can also do damage. So we'll continue to watch this for you here as we zoom things out, the entirety of the system. Well, on the northern side, we've got a lot of heavy snow that we're still watching here. That's going to include those of you in Springfield, Missouri, up through Cedar Rapids, Milwaukee, Chicago, seeing a little bit of a mess out there this morning, and then out into Michigan. You've got
There is
some
one
good
new severe
snowfall
thunderstorm
coming through.
warning for South
The system
Carolina.
extending all the way out through the mid-Atlantic and up into the northeast, where we've got widespread showers from Ohio to West Virginia, down through D.C., Philadelphia. We've got some of those higher elevations getting in on a little bit of that snowfall here as well. And then we'll be continuing to watch more of that snow up into portions of upstate New York, Albany, Syracuse, Utica, Binghamton included here for those locations. Nationally, I want to take you out quickly just to show you the West Coast, because we've started to see some more of that activity in Northern California, and things are going to be staying active up in the Pacific Northwest as well. Let's take you to Charlotte, North Carolina now, talk a little bit more about that forecast with Caitlin.
Yeah, we're starting to see that rain and those winds reach into North Carolina. Charlotte here, seeing a lot of that from this camera. And right now we do have that tornado watch that was extended along areas of the Carolinas into Georgia and including portions of Florida like Gainesville and Jacksonville. Barely reaches up into Charlotte, North Carolina, outside of Raleigh and Johnson City right now. But of course, that can change. There is that power outage percentage by counties, there is a chance of seeing high power outages come up over the next few hours as this line of storms continue to push to the east. That severe outlook today, it's an enhanced risk, 3 out of 5 on the threat scale. That's where we have that highest chance of seeing those damaging winds, pockets of hail, and unfortunately a few tornadoes. So talking about those winds, getting into a little bit more detail, we have that 75 mile per hour plus chance of seeing those strong wind gusts in those areas highlighted in blue. So that does reach up into Raleigh as well as areas along the coast of North Carolina, most of South Carolina, and closer towards the coast of Georgia into northern Florida. Now taking a look at that tornado threat
And those areas highlighted in red there's that chance of seeing strong, unfortunately large, long track tornadoes, EF2 or higher throughout the day today. And like I said, that system just starting to reach into places like Charlotte, North Carolina. So timing out that forecast for you, it's that strong cold front. And guess what? After things dry up behind this front, things look quite a bit better for you, but you have to get through it first. That cold front is going to move to the east throughout the rest of the day today. That evening commute going to be a pretty rough one in Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina and Virginia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida and Georgia. There is one new special marine warning. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new special marine warning. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina. There are two new warnings affecting Florida and Georgia. There is one new special marine warning. There is one new tornado warning for Florida and Georgia. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia and South Carolina. There is one new snow squall warning for Montana. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina. There are 4 new warnings affecting Florida and Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina. There are 2 new warnings affecting Georgia and South Carolina. There is one new tornado warning for North Carolina and Virginia. There are 2 new warnings affecting North Carolina. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia and South Carolina. There is one new snow squall warning for Montana. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida and Georgia. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina.